Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the hearing of submissions on the General Rural Zone for the Selwyn District Plan Review. And just before I turn to our first submitter, reporting officers, anything for us this morning?
Nothing new, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much. Right, the first submitter on our list this morning is Series Professional Trustee Company Limited, etc. Good morning and welcome. I think you might have appeared before us before, I can't recall, but all right. Okay, well, thanks very much for providing the pre-circulated material which we've read. So you don't need to read anything that's been pre-circulated to us. We've already read that and digested it, but you're very welcome to highlight key points for us, add any new information that you may have, and then we'll see if we have questions for you. That's all right.
Excuse me, Chair, we can't hear.
Thanks, Raymond. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah, just turn the microphone on. If you push the button.
I did do that, but then it's.
Here we go. Maybe just and then pull it.
Thank you.
Maybe just pull it towards yourself.
It's probably not very pleasant for people on the other end of the phone.
Sorry, that's my fault. Not your fault.
Is that better? 1, 2, 3. Great. Okay. So I've got Ben and Sally Tottle behind me who represent the family trust who owns the land in question, and they're here to answer any questions that you might have about these unique properties and their unusual history. As you know, evidence has been filed by Ms. Rikers in planning and by Ms. McManaway, and they're both here to answer any questions. We've also got Mr. Metherall in terms of traffic and Mr. O'Neill in terms of stormwater, who are attending via the Zoom portal, and they can answer any questions that you might have within their respective areas of expertise. There's really only one area of potential contention, which relates to landscape treatment around the precinct. So as you are aware, we're asking for a rural services precinct. It's in 2 distinct areas left over from the motorway construction, orphaned, isolated islands that are surrounded by roading and infrastructure. And they have a history, this land has a history of more sort of rural industrial activities from seed activities in the olden days. They're odd shapes, awkwardly shaped in 2 wedges. And it's submitted that they do have a unique character, which is immediately obvious when you travel to and from them along the motorway frontage. The land is not suitable for rural production. It's also important to note that there are already resource consents in place for activities anticipated by the precinct, and these maintain the links to the rural zone through the proposed rules in terms of landscape and site coverage, etc. And importantly, they limit activities to rural services, rural tourism, and other sort of more limited industrial activities serving agriculture and horticulture. So the main issue is about rural character, and in my submission, the rules proposed to mitigate landscape effects stem from a difference in views between the 2 respective landscape architects and in terms of their analysis of landscape character. And I'm suggesting that you should prefer the evidence of Ms. McManaway, and in particular refer to paragraph 6.17 of her evidence. And it's important that when you do a comparison between the 2 sets of evidence, that Mr. Head essentially reports that the site is more influenced by rural characteristics. On the other hand, Ms. McManaway says that the site the two sites are influenced by elements of nearby rural and industrial character, but they are dominated and contained by infrastructure. And in my submission, that's really important to understand the two different approaches. And in my submission, Ms. McManaway's approach is more realistic, given what's actually on the ground. Again, when you travel to and from these sites, it's very clear that Area 1, which is the northern chunk, it's completely divorced essentially from the district and bears no relationship at all to the rural area. And then you've got this more mixture on the Area 2, which is on the southern island, where it is influenced by the roading and by some of the rural land that's next door, but albeit that is consented for non-rural activities, and the roading, and again by the industrial areas in Christchurch City. So it's more about assessing the actual character of the area rather than what you might want the character to be in terms of a rural aspect. And I think that's where Ms. McManaway's evidence is to be preferred. And ultimately, it's this character that leads to there being why a precinct is actually appropriate, because of the reduced character. And because of that, then those elements of natural character and rural character are no longer really at issue. And that means, and the council officer agrees, that you can have more development on each site. So the Trust is putting forward a consistent landscape strip of 6 metres for both areas, except where the landscape abuts the landscaping that's on the abutments to the overhead bridge to the north, to the west. And in those areas, it's proposed to be 3 metres. So it doesn't like the idea of having 10 metres immediately adjacent to buildings. It's too uncertain what is immediately adjacent to a building. And that would lead to some problems of interpretation along the lines, but also there's the consistency of approach to consider. The northwest site, which is the southern island, has already been consented, and that has got a strip of 6 metres. So having the 6 metres makes it consistent. And remembering, of course, that was only consented last year, and the landscape architect involved for the council for that consent, which was 6 metres, is the same landscape consultant who's advised the council for this district plan review on these sites. So there's a consistency we're suggesting with the 6 metres. And also remembering, of course, that there is landscaping on all sides here because these 2 sites are surrounded by roads. So there's a lot of landscape involved. We're suggesting that agreeing to the 8 metre height for trees, except on the southern boundary where it suggests that it should be 4 metres because of trying to avoid shading effects on the road. The Trust isn't particularly keen at all on the suggestion that there should be internal trees at a rate of 1 per 50 square metres. And instead, they've suggested a hard surface limit of 45%. And in my submission, that achieves the same thing in a different way. The trees per 50 square metres is very onerous on these sites. And because of their weird shape and their island nature, it just makes it very, very difficult from a development perspective. So we've come up with something else, which the 45% hard surface limit will achieve the same thing in terms of providing for abundant open space. And the only other area of disagreement is this suggestion that fencing should be in the middle of the strip, of the landscape strip. That is opposed obviously for security and safety reasons. The northwest fencing is already in place. It is not in the middle of the landscape strip. And as you'll be aware, driving past on Area 1, which is the northern one, there is already a substantial acoustic fence in place on the boundary. Now, I don't know whether you've got any concerns about the scope of that change. Obviously, it wasn't something that was sought in the submission, but it is a consequential, in my submission in terms of the legal test, a foreseeable consequence of the relief sought. and it fits fairly and squarely into that test of fairly and reasonably raised in the submission, and in terms of trying to deal with the concerns raised by the council officers in a pragmatic way. And of course, the final part of that test is is there any procedural unfairness? There are no other submitters involved here. That wasn't publicly advertised. It came through the Section 42A, the report. So there's no submitter out there who could be prejudiced by this consequential or foreseeable consequence of that relief. Now, the only other matter I suggest that I should bring to your attention is the NZTA, the Waka Kotahi submission, which opposes in part. I've described this as a half-hearted submission because it doesn't really oppose the potential, what they have described as a change in zoning, even though it's not. They said that they wanted a more detailed understanding. The Trust submission provided a comprehensive traffic assessment. As you know, the Council's traffic engineer supports the precinct from a transportation perspective. Waka Kotahi hasn't opposed the transport rules to be amended to accommodate the precinct in the rural zone. And I note that it has also given written approval to both resource consents in play for both areas. And that's for, obviously, as you know, a contracting site and for a rural tourism venture. So it's difficult to understand what further understanding is required in these circumstances, and bearing in mind that, of course, Waka Kotahi created these little islands in the first place, and my clients are left to tidy it up. And in my final submission, if they were really serious about their submission, they should have fronted up to voice their concerns. So long and short, there's sufficient information in relation to transportation to alleviate their concerns. Now, I don't propose to go through any sort of long Bay Akura test. You're more than well familiar with that. Obviously, you'll know that I think that these amendments meet those tests. There are some unique characteristics to the land, the current resources in place and the consents that are granted. The very much reduced rural landscape, and importantly being dominated by roading and infrastructure. And in my submission, it will lead to a better integrated management of the environmental effects, taking into account these particular concerns and locations. So unless you've got any questions, that's it from me.
Thank you very much for that. I see you are reading from some material. If you wouldn't mind providing that to us.
Sure.
Either in handwritten form, or if you want to type it up, that's fine. And if that just be provided to the hearings administrator, then we can have that for a record should we wish to refer back to it. Thank you very much for that very comprehensive summary. I think, as you said, the only real issue and contention between the submitter and the officers regards rule requirement REQ4, which deals with the landscaping issues. And as you say, Ms. McManaway has provided some helpful evidence on that. Just personally, I found that evidence to be very helpful and comprehensive, particularly the aerial photographs and the ground-based photographs, which put the whole thing into context. I'll just see if we have any questions arising from your legal submissions. Raymond, any questions arising from the legal submissions?
No, I was going to have a question around consistency between the two landscape architects, but council's clarified that for me. Thank you. I have no questions.
Thanks, Raymond. Deborah, any questions for legal counsel?
Yes, I do. For clarification, can you please explain to me what rural tourism consists of?
It might be better for Nicola to because she's the author of the rules, and so she can answer that question probably better than I can.
Thanks. Lindsay, sorry, Deborah, anything else? Well, Lindsay, any questions arising from the legal submissions?
No, thank you.
All right, we can proceed to the first witness. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Rikers? Oh, no, actually, we'll probably go Ms. McManaway first. Be traditional.
Would you like me to, how would you like me to?
Well, we've read the pre-circulated material, so you don't need to read anything out to us that we've already read. But if you wish to highlight any key points over and above the points that council's already summarised for us, then you're welcome to do that. Otherwise, we can just go to questions, but over to you. Sorry, I just pulled you. I see your light's gone off. Is it? Raymond, can you hear?
Oh, that might be better. That
No, they can hear you, so that's all right.
It certainly has attributes that are both common to the industrial and the rural character, and the rural character is strongly diminished. And I think more essentially, it's become part of that broader motorway corridor. That's actually the strongest character that it currently has, and that's why I think that precinct is appropriate from landscape and visual perspective in that location.
All right, thank you very much. I'll see if we have questions. Raymond, any questions?
No questions from me, thank you.
Deborah, any questions? Landscape. And Lindsay, any questions for landscape evidence?
No, and I agree with you, Chair, that your evidence was very comprehensive. And I'm just wondering whether you've had, prior to the production of your evidence, an opportunity to discuss the detailed issues, because really I think the differences are matters of detail. Have you had a chance to discuss those with council's advisors before? Particularly since there seems to be a bit of some resource consent history behind development anyway.
No, I haven't had that opportunity to date.
Okay. Look, I don't have any other questions. As I said, the evidence is comprehensive, and it really does come down to a difference of interpretation around the detail of the landscape strips, the widths, etc. So no, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
And no further questions from me either.
As for now, call Nicola.
Test. So Raymond and Lindsay, can you hear? No? Try saying something else. Should be all right. Try something now, just say something.
That must be it.
Yes, they're
Yes.
nodding their heads, so that's good.
Sure. So I am not connected up to the internet here, so I can't read the definition if it's changed for rural tourism, but in the proposed district plan I've got in our section 32 report, and I'm not sure if the definition slightly changed, but rural tourism is defined to mean the use of land and or buildings where participants are attracted to experience rural production, primary industry or conservation activities, and or the rural or natural environment. So it's quite broad. Some of the things that I am aware of that the Ceres Trust has considered in the past include, so there was the maze, and was maybe like a farm activities that people came and visited, animals, etc. So, but I mean, certainly the definition allows for probably a general range of tourism related things, people visiting. In terms of my evidence, I would just note there was also I guess a matter of clarification from the trust that the building coverage it was seeking is 20% across the entire site, and not anticipating probably that there would ever be much subdivision, if at all, on these two properties. And I guess from a planning point of view, that in terms of the landscape rules, just to have in mind that in having a precinct, it is important to be able to enable uses on the land, and I guess because of the unusual shape and the limited area of them, and the fact that they are surrounded on all sides by road, there are no internal boundaries, that I guess some of the landscape suggestions in the council section 42A report were sort of tending towards, when we looked at how they would be implemented, would actually start to diminish the sort of productive capability that we'd anticipated for a rural precinct. So that's probably the main point that I want to make.
Thank you very much. I'll see if we have questions for you, Raymond. Any questions?
Just to clarify, is Area 2 what you refer to as the Norwest site?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I just, and it's not, I don't actually have a question, but I read your paragraph 43, and you've highlighted another inconsistency around the 1 tree per 50 square metres. The Norwest site was treated differently.
Yes, so the council has approved a resource consent, basically taking the perimeter approach to landscape as distinct from the filling up the middle bit of the site with trees.
Thank you. I have no questions.
Thank you. Deborah?
Thank you. Just some points of clarification. With regards to the maze, that is a consented activity currently? Still consented?
I'm not, so the consent I think was obtained in 2018, and so it would lapse after 5 years if it wasn't given effect to.
Okay. So on these 3 plots, is there a maze entertainment still proposed as?
My understanding is that there's still a live consent, but I guess, you know, with changes in circumstances with the COVID, etc., that the Tottles themselves are not proposing to proceed with that at present. So it may well be that an alternative proposal comes from somebody else or from somewhere else.
Okay. And just, you actually said that it's a very broad definition. Given the current resource consent application, which you've just said hasn't lapsed yet, with regards to the maze, is that actually an entertainment activity as opposed to a rural services activity?
I think it's a rural tourism activity. So it was set up as a visitor tourist experience.
Okay, thank you.
Lindsay?
Thank you, Ms. Rikers. I guess my only question is, in terms of the consent history and possible alternatives, what would cross the line from being, what activities would cross the line from being a rural tourism activity to a general tourism activity? You talked about the maze. The maze could locate somewhere else in a not a rural not potentially in not a rural area. So what would cross the line, if you like, from being rural to other tourism activity? What sort of things?
Well, I mean, it's really hard to just on the spot think of what the differences may be. I guess there are some, so for example, the maze, if it involved growing of corn, that would definitely put it into the rural experience. In terms of it not being a general tourism activity, I guess if it was, I don't know, something like go-karting. A lot of tourists.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, well, I guess I'm just trying to think what are the types of tourism activities that, and a lot of them are about experiencing nature or about experiencing things from the rural environment. So I guess if it's a tourism activity that's very urban, it wouldn't fit into that. If it was just, say, a building where you walked in and, say, if it was the Quake City tourist experience, for example.
So there is a real reliance on the fact that there's a limitation on the number of buildings. A lot of the experiences are outdoors. as opposed to things which are, indoors and the rest of the site is potentially used for car parking. I guess that's the view of the difference, is it?
I would, yes, and I guess the key words in the definition might be experience, rural production, primary industry, or conservation. So it has to be some kind of experience related to rural things or the outdoors.
Okay. In terms of the Section 42A report itself, it just gives general support of the concept. It recognises that this is a bit of a orphan site, and that site-specific provisions are in place within the plan to enable best and fairest use of that land, considering the context. So, just to summarise what I think your position is, that the precinct is okay. It's the detail, it's the metrics in behind the landscaping strips, the hard surfaced area, which there is a difference in between you and the council officers.
That's correct. It is only the matters of detail.
Okay. Thank you. I've got no further questions.
Just a general question that either yourself or council can answer. Given the evidence we've heard this morning, that the fact that the site isn't really a rural site, it's bounded by busy roads, and given that the consent that exists for the existing maze tourism activity will probably lapse, is there still a desire from the submitter to have a new rule permitting rural tourism for the site, given that it's not really a rural site on your own evidence? And if you want to confer with your clients, take instruction, I'm happy for you to do that briefly.
Is there a concern about the activity, just so that we can sort of gauge?
I'm just wondering about the necessity of putting a new rule in the plan if there's no real desire to utilise the rule in the future.
Well, I think that at this point in time, it's just not known. And and the thing is that in the past, the maze, was quite a Christchurch institution. I've taken my children there to run through the maze, and they loved it. And so it's at this point in time, given where we find ourselves in terms of COVID, it's difficult to imagine. But in a couple of years' time, before that consent lapses, it might be absolutely okay. It's in a great location. It's well cited for an activity of that type, and it's well cited for rural tourism that might actually find other sites more difficult to find themselves in. So,
would you mind just taking a brief instruction from your client, just to confirm for my own benefit that they're still seeking a permitted activity rule for rural tourism for the site?
It's Ben Tottle. If I could just respond to that. So we established a maze business there, not expecting the motorway to take over. And then, of course, the motorway interrupted. So for a period of time, we operated a pretty rudimentary maze, which was an outdoor corn maze, basically. But our plans were always to have a much more substantial operation, which was mainly housed inside and involved a whole lot of other things, a Tesla coil and all sorts of things internal in a large 2,000 square metre building, which was the subject of the consent. And indeed, the acoustic fence was a requirement in order to reduce the noise from the motorway, which NZTA agreed to as part of our compensation with them. So it wasn't just purely an outdoor activity. It was mainly designed to be an indoor activity in the large building, supported by a hedge maze and a corn maze outside. What happened subsequently is Sally developed cancer, which has changed our plans. And of course, COVID has come along and it's decimated the tourism industry, which has seriously upset views of the future of tourism. And our consent was actually a 10-year consent, not a 5-year consent. That was predominantly because we didn't know how long it would take for the motorway to be developed around us and to give us time to really develop our thoughts. So we'd like to keep that option alive, depending on what happens in the next 7 years.
No, thank you very much. That's helpful. I just wanted to clarify that was still the case. Well, I don't think we have any further questions for you this morning. So thank you very much for coming in and presenting your material to us.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Microphone on. The next submitter is Transpower New Zealand, and you've appeared for us before, so I don't need to explain the drill to you. So thank you very much for coming in, and over to you.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the disruption coming in late. I am a bit flustered. I caught a burglar at my house this morning on my way here. So yeah, a little bit of adrenaline going. So hopefully that's good for evidence. I'm also joined by Trudy Burney today, who's available to answer any questions if need be, but it's relatively straightforward for Transpower. There's only one submission point that I address in my evidence. Perhaps firstly, can I just make a correction to my evidence at paragraph 38 on page 8? In the second line, if we could please delete above the words above important infrastructure so that the sentence reads, the relief sought in Transpower submission seeks to ensure that primary production is elevated in a policy sense by identifying those activities that are subordinate. So Transpower submission on the general rural zone is concerned with a single matter, and that is clause 2 in objective 1 and the way in which that prioritises primary production over all other activities, including nationally significant infrastructure. And of course, that includes the national grid. It's Transpower submission that the objective may frustrate the ability to operate, maintain, develop or upgrade the national grid in a manner that's contrary to the national policy statement on electricity transmission. The Section 42A report recommends that Transpower submission be rejected and effectively says that the Energy and Infrastructure chapter also prioritises important infrastructure and that these provisions are designed to stand alone. In my evidence, I agree in part with the 42A report, and the note in the Energy and Infrastructure chapter does say that for energy and infrastructure activities, that chapter stands alone. And so it's on that basis that I accept the conclusion in the 42A report that for the development of energy and infrastructure activities, the provisions of the general rural chapter won't apply. However, I don't think this is the whole answer, and I think that Transpower submission also is dealing with the concerns about prioritising primary production activities above infrastructure activities. So those activities that are governed by the general rural chapter are given priority above important infrastructure through clause 2 of objective 1. And that's the second scenario that I consider in my evidence. In my view, objective 1 could direct an outcome that prioritises activities including quarrying, mining and forestry over existing nationally important infrastructure in a manner that may have direct and reverse sensitivity effects on that infrastructure. It's my evidence that this priority does not give effect to the RPS or, in the case of the national grid, the MPS on electricity transmission. My understanding, particularly of the RPS, is that regionally significant infrastructure and the productivity of the region's soil resources are both things that are given higher status, if you like, in the RPS, but neither's given a greater status than the other. And I think what objective 1 does is kind of do that. And so in my evidence, I have supported Transpower's relief and just thought that the clause 2 of objective 1 sets out those, is more particular about what activities primary production is prioritised over, if that makes sense. And now there are heaps of different ways of doing that, and Mr. Bonis picks up on the same issue and addresses it in a different way, particularly through clause 3. I've had a bit of a think about his solution versus my solution and whether there are any other solutions, and there are bound to be numerous. But my preference is for a solution that I propose, because it removes the priority over important infrastructure or the conflict between the provisions without providing explicit policy direction for important infrastructure. So that policy direction stays in the energy and infrastructure chapter. It's just more explicit about the priority given to primary production. And I think that probably Mr. Bonis's solution mixes up the reverse sensitivity and incompatible activity issues for infrastructure with those for rural activities, whereas the energy and infrastructure chapter can deal with reverse sensitivity and effects on important infrastructure, and it already does that to some extent, and we've traversed that at that hearing. Whereas clause 3 of the policy in the general rural, of the objective in the general rural zone, deals with reverse sensitivity for rural activities. I think that probably summarises my evidence on one submission point quite nicely.
Great, thank you very much. To see if we have questions for you. Raymond, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. And Lindsay.
Morning, Ms. McLeod. You obviously had a discussion with Mr. Bonis, or you've had some sort of communication with him. He seemed to indicate no.
No, I think we've just read each other's evidence. We haven't had any dialogue at all. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, no, he did refer to your evidence when he presented yesterday.
Yes, I saw that in his notes that were uploaded overnight.
Okay, yeah. So what I think he and you are on the same page about is that the primary objective for the general rural zone obviously has a focus on the primary production activities in the rural zone, but somewhere there needs to be a nod in there that there are other activities which are appropriate to be in the rural zone, and there needs to be some sort of recognition in that objective that they are appropriate. Is that my understanding?
Yes,
There
that's
needs to
right.
be a belt and braces approach, that the energy and infrastructure chapter is standalone, but also when it comes to rural production or to general rural activities which are promoted through that objective, that there also needs to be a nod that it's not just that, there are also certain things which, by their linear or locational characteristics, need to be located in the rural zone, and they have certain requirements which need to be acknowledged. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. I probably support a slightly lighter touch than Mr. Bonis, because I think that some of that can be achieved in the energy and infrastructure chapter, the acknowledgement that infrastructure is important and will have locational requirements. My concern is more that the objective as notified says that primary production comes above the needs of that important infrastructure. So it's a question of priority more, in my opinion. I think that the energy infrastructure chapter can direct that infrastructure as appropriate in the rural zone. And it's not necessary for the rural zone to do that job, but it's important that primary production isn't prioritised over other nationally important things.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Just one question I had, and you've referred to it nicely in that very last sentence you said over not prioritising it over other nationally important things. My question for you is, in a case of conflicting objectives, would a decision maker refer to higher order instruments for guidance, particularly in this case, documents such as the NPSET?
That path is available if the matters aren't sufficiently resolved in the district plan, is my understanding. But my opinion, I think in my evidence, I say that it's okay for a plan to have provisions that might conflict, or there might be tensions that you resolve for any particular proposed activity. The issue here for me is I think that the objective doesn't give effect to the higher order policies, and so it's a plan making issue as opposed to how the plan might be implemented in the future.
Yeah. And when you came up with your suggested amendment in your paragraph 40, adding in the words residential, commercial or industrial, were they 3 words that came to mind, or did you have a thorough look through the plan to see what activities should be included in those words?
Yes, I did think about it quite carefully, and particularly given the further submission made by Horticulture New Zealand suggesting that it was somehow confining. I would find it difficult to think of other activities that aren't captured by those.
Yeah.
Perhaps open space. But it sort of goes to the planning standards form of the plan. That captures the majority of zones and activities.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you very much for that. And just to the 42A reporting team, no doubt you were going to do this anyway, but can you specifically consider in your reply report the amendments recommended here in paragraph 40 of the evidence? Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Fire and Emergency New Zealand, come on up. So good morning and welcome. I simply can't recall if you've appeared before us before, so just in case you haven't, thank you very much for providing the submission and the written material that you have provided subsequent to that. Anything that's been pre-circulated to us, you don't need to read out loud because we've already read it, but you're very welcome to introduce yourselves to us and then highlight any key points that you wish us to bear in mind.
Cool.
Over to you.
Thanks. Good morning. My name is Jessica Mangos and I am currently employed by Becker Limited in the position of planner. Today I am presenting evidence on behalf of Fire and Emergency New Zealand in relation to our submission DPR 0359. With me today is Bruce Irvin, Fire and Emergency New Zealand and Senior Advisor Risk Reduction for the Canterbury District, who will provide further advice following my summary, and my colleague Louise Armstrong, Senior Planner at Becker. The submission from Fire and Emergency New Zealand sought a new rule with the rural zone requiring habitable buildings to have a connection to firefighting water supply in accordance with the New Zealand Fire Service Firefighting Water Supplies Code of Practice. The Section 42A reporting officer recommended that the relief sought for the rural zone be rejected for the following reasons. The first reason was that the requirement to have a secure supply of water suitable for firefighting would require either 40,000 litre tanks or water races with necessary fixtures. The report considers this to be quite onerous, particularly as rural houses are typically located some distance away from other houses, and therefore there's reduced risk of spread to other properties. The second reason was that the report considers there's an element of personal responsibility, given that the ultimate effect is on the homeowner, and that their proposed district plan does not preclude the ability for homeowners to provide a water tank if they wish. I disagree with the recommendation made by the Section 42A reporting officer. I consider that water supply for firefighting water purposes in the rural zone areas should be provided for within the proposed district plan provisions, and that the provision of a water supply should apply when any new habitable building development occurs, not just when a subdivision is approved and as stated by the reporting officer. In a rural area, the provision for firefighting water supply provides for the ability of the landowner or occupier to protect other buildings and structures not on fire until fire and emergency can arrive and assist. If firefighting water supply is not easily accessible, this ability becomes more difficult and problematic. The code of practice is not limited to water tanks as suggested by the reporting officer, and provides techniques to define sufficient firefighting water supply that may vary according to the circumstances, which Mr. Irvine will discuss shortly. For example, swimming pools, ponds, rivers, and sprinklers are all options that can be considered. I consider it appropriate from a planning perspective to include the requirement for firefighting water supply within the Selwyn District Plan. These documents set the framework for developments of an area and as such should contain rules that seek, where applicable, the protection of that development. I consider that the inclusion of the standard is consistent with the priority given to firefighting water supply in section 14, 3E of the Resource Management Act. Better enables fire and emergency to achieve its statutory obligations under the Fire and Emergency Act and achieves the purpose of the RMA. By enabling people and communities to provide for their health, safety and well-being, by managing potential adverse effects of relatively low probability but high consequence. Therefore, I consider the submission by Fire and Emergency as appropriate. Any questions? I'll hand over to Bruce, who can provide further information on the code of practice.
Thank you very much for that. I'll just see if we have questions for you first. I've just got one question that I'll ask you before I turn to the rest of the panel, and that is, what actual wording are you suggesting? I couldn't see that in your evidence, and where would that wording fall within the structure of this chapter?
So the rule we had was under, I think that's what's it? Here. Yeah. The rule was that we require habitable buildings to have a connection to firefighting water supply in accordance with the New Zealand Firefighting Water Supplies Code of Practice. And I think under like the built form standards. So, same section as we like site coverage and, or, site area. That would be my, yeah.
Can you do a little bit of homework for us? Can you take the provisions of the chapter, which has objective policy rules and rule requirements, and just give us some precise wording and a precise location, so we can just see how that would fit with what's already there? And you don't need to do that now. That can be provided later and sent to the hearings administrator, so we can then make an informed decision on what you're asking for. I'll just see if we have any other questions for you at this stage. Any other questions, Raymond?
No questions, thank you.
Deborah?
I have one, and I think you mentioned the word water races with regards to having access to firefighting.
Yep, that was what was put in by this reporting officer. They referred to water races.
Okay, I think my question might be better to the section 42A report then.
And Lindsay?
Yeah, like you, Chair, I was struggling, if you like, to find out where these provisions are actually going to be put in place within the plan. So it would be very helpful if we had a breakdown of the changes that the Fire and Emergency actually seeks within the evidence, and that's good. But just in a more general nature, looking at other potential rural South Island councils, are they providing a specific rule which says that each activity which applies will require water to be available for firefighting? Do you know?
Yes, and Bruce better talk about it as well, but Christchurch City Council and the Hurunui District both have rules for habitable buildings to provide firefighting water supply in accordance with the code of practice.
Okay, and what is there any way of doing instead of having it as a rule base, that you actually have a cross-reference to the code of practice? Is that an option which is available? Is it palatable? Was it workable?
Yes.
So where would it go? Sorry, if it wasn't a rule, would it matter of discretion or? Oh, sorry.
Well, I'm happy. I'm just putting it out there as a potential option, that instead of having it in a rule, that you could have a reference to the code of practice.
Yeah, so whereabouts would it be if it wasn't a rule? Would it be?
Yeah, so you see how this works is we ask the questions and you provide the answers. So in terms of the written material you're going to provide us, maybe you could do a couple of things: draft it into the rule,
Yeah,
and then maybe I think Lindsay, correct me if I'm wrong, but an option being explored here is perhaps an advice note to steer users towards the code of practice to make sure that they're aware of it and the need to comply with it. So maybe think about that as an option as well. And if you're aware of particular examples, you mentioned the Christchurch City Plan and the Huranui Plan. I simply can't recall if you've already provided those to us, sorry, but if you could attach those exact provisions as well to what you're going to do for us next, that would be very helpful.
Yep, can do.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I've got no further questions.
Great, thank you. Now, I didn't catch the name of
Bruce Irvin.
And how do you spell your surname?
IRVINE.
Excellent. All right. Did you wish to say anything at this stage?
I'm here as a practitioner and a user of the Code of Firefighting Water Supplies for Christchurch City Council over the last number of years since their adoption. We have actively engaged with building owners and the council and have resulted in significant risk reduction for individuals, basing our decisions and discussions around the code of practice. So without the council adopting the code of practice as a firefighting water supply, owners are then fundamentally ignoring the risk factors associated to fire, and for an emergency, and the councils provide firefighting water supplies within urban districts, and we're seeking to extend this to rural. So the council already provides a requirement within an urban fire district for street mains. This is a co-use of a resource for potable water as well as firefighting. So it's about how do we apply the same safety aspects to those communities in a rural setting instead of just accepting a total loss of a building or the neighbouring buildings and or the neighbours' properties. So without firefighting water, firefighters are fundamentally hamstrung. So that's why we encourage councils to adopt the Code of Firefighting Water as a guidance to an acceptable solution that FENS, the homeowner and the council agree to in the planning process and building process.
So thank you for that. So just what I took from what you said initially was if we should agree to the submission and refer to the code in one way or another, that would enable more tailored solutions for rural property owners.
That's exactly the net result. It is an absolutely tailored economic solution discussed and outlined to the building owner or proposer of the development.
Great, thank you very much for that, Mr. Irvine. I'll just see if we have any further questions for you. Raymond?
Yes, I do. And it is to do with fire risk or reducing fire risk. I watched a program the other night, and it interviewed firefighters from around the world, and it was to do in reference to climate change. And they said that they've noticed a difference in fires these days. They're more combustible, they're more intense, and they last longer. Has FENS found the same thing?
Simply yes. We're in a planetary climate change. FENS acknowledges that. This year in Canterbury is unique in its reverse trend. In other words, we've been extremely wet this year, caused by climate, which is not the norm. So to have green grass out in the paddocks in February, March is unheard of in Canterbury. So we have always sought to have firefighting resources available to us to manage and mitigate the risk, and through education and through facilities such as ponds, lakes, we know where they are. We have legal authority to access any land and buildings and water sources for fire mitigation and management. But without those resources being within the communities, then we're hamstrung. Fires are faster, they're growing quicker, they're driven by wind across the plains. So we're hugely acutely aware of what we have to do. But without water locally, we take water with us, but without water locally, we cannot effectively contain fires as we have in the past.
Thank you. No further questions.
Deborah?
Yes, I have one. It's the understanding around water races used for firefighting. We have a water race policy at council, and water races are predominantly used for supplying stock water. And at council, we are looking at strategic water races remaining open, but only strategic water races remaining open. How would you see under the code of practice if a water race that had a building connected to it, but it didn't meet the policy, foreclosed on the access to that water race for that building?
So what you're proposing is firstly, there is a certain requirement for the condition of the water for us to be able to utilise, and that's outlined within the code itself. So the particulate race, contamination, biological hazards within water. So we consider that any body of water that we could use, but if it doesn't meet certain parameters, we won't use it because it'll damage equipment or the environment. Okay, so a water race used for stock water would be considered by FENS as a usable water source. So we've done planning in the past to consider that. And so if that was our access to the water source was available, the volume within the water source was appropriate for the hazard, and then that was closed, then we would be seeking what is the alternative if we no longer have access to an open water race because we've closed that, put it in a cover. And we have that in a number of streets. So what is the alternatives that can be then provided to the number of properties? Because a water race can service a whole raft of properties, not just one. So we look at shared water. We can utilize water from a water race as providing to all properties off that water race. So it's a generic source like a street main. However, if we lose that, then we need to consider each individual property and can we share water resource between them as a subdivision, or do we require the individual owner who's doing a new development to put in an individual water source for their development? And again, that's outlined within the code.
Great, thank you. Lindsay?
Good morning. Just in practical terms, somebody is looking to put a new structure in the rural area, a new house potentially in the rural area, because it is the buildings which you're primarily focused at. Yes. And correct me if I'm wrong. How practical is it for most people to provide the quantities of water that is necessary to provide for firefighting? Are they going to have to potentially put a bore down or to put a pond in, or I'm just really trying to work out the sort of the scale of the issue for an average rural property about providing sufficient quantities of water.
Okay, so if we take some estimates on dollar value of a new build property at the moment for a residential house at approximately $500,000 to build a standard residential house, you're looking at approximately 1 to 2% of the value of that house to put in a static tank system to provide firefighting water supply for that $500,000 asset. So we're talking in the realms of about $3,000 to $6,000. If you wish to better protect the house, then you would look at sprinkler protecting the building, which is when we have that opportunity of discussing. And again, you're looking at maybe $9,000 to $10,000 total cost to protect a $500,000 asset. So without those water supplies, the asset is then a total loss and is totally then required on insurance and or any other damage that it causes to properties beyond the property of origin.
So the primary way that an individual person would provide for firefighting is through large tanks, basically.
They're standard size tanks, or swimming pools, or pond features. But what we do is we ensure that we have access to those to provide the guidance flow rates from our equipment. So for a residential house, we're looking at about 25 litres a second. And so we're looking at how do we get a portable pump to a swimming pool to be able to contain the fire within the house.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's helpful. No.
Thank you, Mr. Irvine. No further questions from me, but that is very helpful. And to the 42A reporting team, we look forward to you addressing this in reply. And if I could just chip in to say that I deal with a number of subdivision consents in the North Island, and up there it's a standard requirement for compliance with this code of practice for firefighting purposes for rural developments. All right, thank you very much. Now, in terms of a little bit of homework we've given you, the written material, what sort of timing do you have in mind for that? Would you be able to do that within a week or 2 weeks, or a week would be great? Excellent, and just provide it to the hearings administrator, and that'll be wonderful. Thanks very much for coming in. All right, so the next submitter we have on their schedule is Port New Zealand appearing by Zoom, and I've just been informed that if you are there, yeah, there we go, you need to turn on your microphones and your cameras. Excellent. Is there anyone else coming on? We've got Vance, Penny. Was there anyone else?
And Ian Bath.
So Ian, if you can hear me, can you turn on your camera and your microphone on your computer, please? Excellent. Well, good morning and welcome. Thanks very much for appearing before us this morning. Thank you for your written submission and the material that you've provided, the pre-circulated material which we've read. So you'll be pleased to know you don't need to read that out loud to us. But you're very welcome to introduce yourselves to us and then proceed in the order of appearance that you feel is appropriate for you and highlight key points for us, and then we'll see if we have questions for you. So over to you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good morning. So with the exception of the tabled statements that New Zealand Pork presented at hearing 1, we've not previously appeared in front of the panel for the proposed Selwyn District Plan, and we really appreciate the opportunity to do so today. So we have been keeping an eye on proceedings and have remained very comfortable with the progression of the plan, and we thank the Council for their good work on this plan. Prior to notification of the proposed plan, Council consulted with and communicated really clearly with New Zealand Pork and pig farmers, and we think this has assisted with developing quite a robust plan in terms of the issues relative to pig farming activities. And again, we thank the Council for that. So yeah, I'm here today. I'm Vance Hodgson. Apologies, sort of started with an introduction. Vance Hodgson. I'm a planning consultant with New Zealand Pork, and with me today are Penny Cairns, who is the environmental advisor for New Zealand Pork, and Ian Bath, who is the technical manager for New Zealand Pork and has only recently joined New Zealand Pork, having previously been employed with Massey University. And I'll get Ian and Penny to introduce themselves. I was going to ask Ian to present key points from his evidential statement, and then we can run straight into mine. Although, as you'll note from our statements, we are Very supportive of the Section 42A report. We think that's well written and really great response to the submission points that New Zealand Pork raised in regards to the general rural zone, the rural topic. And our evidence just really is in support of the findings of the Section 42A author, particularly in regards to the definition structure around intensive farming, and also in regards to a permitted activity regime for mobile pig shelters, which is something that certainly Ian can provide some specific evidence around in terms of the nature and form and styles of different mobile pig shelters. So with that, I'll just pass to Penny, to introduce herself, and then we can go straight to Ian.
Hi, I'm Penny Cairns. I'm an environmental advisor at New Zealand Pork. Selwyn district is a very important area for us. We have a range of pig farming activities from indoor to outdoor, and 20% of our supply comes from the Selwyn area. So that's all been put in my submission, or in advance in Ian's submissions. So I'll just hand over to Ian.
Right, good morning. Yes, Ian Bath. As you can see on my statement, I've been involved in the pork industry in various roles for many years. And really just the statement we've got is just to sort of highlight the wide range of pig farming, housing and production systems that we have in New Zealand, and specifically in the Selwyn district. And as Penny says, it's one of our major pig areas, or it is the biggest number of farmers in any district, so very important to the pork industry. Yeah, we have indoor and outdoor systems, and they are quite different in terms of housing, manure management, and just general management of those farming systems. There can be different systems on one farm, so we're going to have outdoor sows, which we have a lot of in Selwyn, and then those piglets, once they're weaned, move indoors, so they become an indoor situation. So it's the different systems on the one farm, as well as often these farms are linked to other farming enterprises, whether it's an arable type farm or involved with dairy. Manure management goes along with the range in the systems, ranging from a liquid system in sort of traditional indoor systems versus solid material, which is used in bedded systems, which we have a lot in the South Island with the access to a straw, and these animals, pigs, are bedded on those on that straw material through the growing period. The nutrients produced obviously being utilised for cropping in the arable situation, and pigs may be part of an arable rotation, so they may be on an area for as part of the arable rotation for a year or 2 years, and then moved on to somewhere else, another part of the farm. And the liquid component will obviously being sprayed, applied to pasture. Just the different systems, and to try and get a handle on that, so we have provided some definitions of those systems, how they fit, and also provided some, I guess, try to get some sort of a difference or a summary of the effects of these different systems. And as well as that, we've supplied some of the guidelines that NZ Pork has produced and good practice information. And it was a major project with Environment Canterbury to produce the good practice, good management practice for outdoor pigs. So I guess that's kind of a summary of my statement of the systems of pig production in the Selwyn district. So welcome questions.
Thank you very much for that. I might just see if we do have questions for you before we hear from Mr. Hodgson. So Raywin, any questions?
Yes, just one. At your paragraph 31, you note the words environmentally controlled sheds. Does this term mean anything else aside from reduced stock densities, slatted floors, one breeding animal per 5 square metres?
Well, with the term environmentally controlled, it's to do with the temperature. So it's a ventilation system. So it's controlling the environment that the pigs are living in. So it's more to do with the ventilation. So it's an enclosed facility, insulated shed, and then we call it climate controlled or environmental control, which is there'll be fans and thermometers operating to maintain a constant temperature within that shed. So that's the terminology of environment in that situation.
Great, thank you. I've got no further questions.
Thank you, Deborah. And Lindsay.
No, I don't have any questions, but it's the evidence that's been presented has been very informative, very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Hodgson.
Thank you, Commissioner. Look, I haven't got too much more to say. I mean, as I started with, we have really rolled in and supported the Section 42A reporter here and the robustness of the plan as notified. I guess consistency is the outcome that the New Zealand Pork's been seeking around the country. We're certainly involved in a number of district and regional plans. And I guess the experience of Canterbury has actually been really informative for those other processes, because it's been out of Canterbury that we've been able to get clarity around the range of farming systems and how district and regional plans fit together in terms of the definitions and the regulatory regime. So, yeah, it's been a very good sort of learning experience for New Zealand Pork over the last couple of years. And obviously the national planning standards have helpfully provided a mandatory definition of intensive indoor primary production, but there is an intensive outdoor activity that does occur, and it does not principally occur within buildings, so it does not line up with the national planning standards definition for that intensive indoor primary production activity. So, yeah, the need then is to sort of define that other area of intensive activity, that outdoor component, and this plan does that very well and provides that same regulatory regime, whether it's an intensive indoor or an intensive outdoor activity. Aside to the sort of the intensive elements, there is that extensive farming activity that occurs, which is really outdoor pig farming or outdoor stocking as we know it, where feed is largely made up of grass. There might be some imported feed, but largely the animals are grazing on grass. They're housed in mobile shelters, and ground cover is maintained in accordance with pork industry good management practice, where those farmers are part of that system. And typically with those extensive systems, there are mobile shelters, and as has been recognised by the Section 42A report writer, we can provide for small shelters as a permitted activity or as an exclusion from the rural zone building coverage definition, and ensure that those animal husbandry and animal welfare requirements for that outdoor activity are accommodated as well. And with that, I'm happy to go to questions.
Great, thank you very much. Raymond, any questions?
Yes, I just have one. At your paragraph 20, you've supplied information about the stringent measures taken by pork producers to improve their environmental footprint. Can you please also describe the stringent measures taken by the pork industry to address animal welfare requirements?
If I could pass that question over to either Penny or Ian, probably Ian, if that's right, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Right, yes, in terms of the animal welfare, obviously we've got operating under some a code of welfare, which is basically a legal document. In terms of the industry monitoring that, we have a program, an audit program called Pig Care, which farms are audited on a number of basically all on welfare and other aspects of pork production, and that's an annual audit, and that becomes a condition of supply. So whoever's buying those pigs, the wholesaler will it's a specification or requirement for supply is a current Pig Care audit pass, and If they don't meet that standard, then there is a severe discount in the price that farmers receive. So there's certainly an incentive to meet those welfare requirements.
Can you give me a couple of examples of what the requirements are?
Okay, well, for example, how animals are housed. There's areas of the space requirements for pigs. There's removal of things like stalls, so we're not allowed to house sows in stalls now. So that's part of the audit process, how those sows are housed. The space, feed, body condition, the environment that they're living in terms of, again, getting back to that the climate control. Yeah, all those things are looked at in that pig care audit.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Deborah?
I have one around paragraph 43, and it is in response to mobile pig shelters, noting that the recommendation is for an exemption of up to 10 square metres in area and less than 2 metres in height. I'm just conscious of the fact of setback requirements with regards to the positioning of those shelters. And I note that I couldn't find in your evidence where there was any setback. So I'm just asking the question, are there any setback provisions in your code of practice or understanding from farming with regards to a residential activity, or does it just rely on the ODA reports under the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement?
I can answer from the perspective of the proposed plan that the setback provisions that are in the plan would still apply to these mobile shelters as I read it. There's no exclusion from the setbacks as proposed. And Ian, possibly you've got some comments in regards to operationally how mobile shelters might be used within a farming system relative to neighbours or sensitive boundaries?
Well, they would operate with those setbacks. And yeah, I mean, I think it's just it's part of the process is having the places you can run outdoor pigs to ensure that they don't infringe on those setbacks.
Lindsay?
No questions for me. It seems like there's general alignment with the Section 42A officer. Thank you.
And Mr. Hodgson, no further questions from me. As usual, evidence was very clear and helpful, so thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioners.
All right, so that's the end of this morning's session. We reconvene at 10:45, where we hear from Aviation New Zealand and Horticulture New Zealand combined presentation.
Right. Thank you.
Right, good morning, everyone. A reconvene the hearing of submissions, and at this stage we have a combined presentation, I understand, from Aviation New Zealand and Horticulture New Zealand. So do we have everyone online? So to the Horticulture New Zealand and Aviation New Zealand reps, could you turn on your microphones? Can you hear us? Can you nod your head if you can hear us?
I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Great, thanks very much. Well, good morning and welcome. We've, as usual, I think certainly Ms. Wolf, you've appeared before us before, and Ms. McClung, we've read the pre-circulated material, including the original submissions and your pre-circulated evidence. I see some summary statements have been circulated this morning, which we may have had an opportunity to glance through, but I think as usual, you'll need to read those out loud to us word for word, because we've only just received them this morning. But other than that, over to you all to introduce yourselves to us and proceed to present to us as you see fit. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm Rachel McClung, Environmental Policy Advisor for Horticulture New Zealand, and appearing with me today is Ms. Lynette Wolf, a Consultant Planner with Agribusiness Group, and we also have Mr. Bill McGregor for New Zealand Agricultural Aviation Association. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to appear via the video conference. As a way of a refresher, NZ's vision is healthy food for all forever, and our mission is creating an environment where growers thrive. Selwyn is home to the greatest number of growing operations in any single district in Canterbury, and the general rural zone is a key topic for horticulture in this plan review. We largely agree with the Section 42A recommendations, and this is demonstrated within the table in Appendix 2 of Ms. Wolf's original statement. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge Mr. Truan's efforts to understand our submissions and in providing a clear analysis of why or why not he agreed with them. This has greatly assisted us in this process as submitters, and in fact left me scratching my head a little bit as to what I needed to highlight in my industry statement, as it was clear to me that largely our submissions had been understood. So please don't take the succinct nature of my statement as any indication of the lack of importance of this topic to us. It merely indicates a high level of agreement, and as I've stated just before, this is a key topic for horticulture. There are a small number of matters that Ms. Wolf has further developed beyond the assessment of Mr. Truan and offers an alternate relief. Ms. Wolf will highlight these for you shortly, but overall, HortNZ has confidence that the recommendations addressed in this hearing can provide an efficient, effective and fair regulatory framework and provide greater security for horticulture in the Selwyn district. And as you mentioned, yes, Ms. Wolf did circulate a supplementary statement of evidence for you yesterday. So I'll ask her to take you through that now, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine. But just before we do that, I'll just see if we have any questions for you, Ms. McClung. Raywin, any questions for Ms. McClung? No. Deborah? And Lindsay?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So can you hear me okay? Right.
Yes, we can hear you. So if
yeah,
you're just happy to
right.
read the summary statement to us, it'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah. So firstly, thanks for appearing and allowing us to appear on Zoom. As Ms. McClung said, there's a large number of recommendations that you'll see I've agreed with. There's a large number of issues to go through, so hopefully we can expedite through them. The main things are some outstanding issues, some issues raised in other evidence, and some comments given your questions to the of the hearing panel to the officer. I also circulated last night some photos, and I have asked if have you a copy of those, or can they be put up? It was more about trying to make sure that everyone was on the same page about what some of these things are that we talk about. So, Chair, have people got access to the photos?
Yeah.
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so the first couple of pages are images of what's called crop support structures. So they are essentially just a post and wire structure that the plants grow on. So you can actually see in the first couple, the apples are growing. They call it espalier. So they're growing up on the structures rather than a tree, which when you get to further down, you'll see the picking, and the picking is much more refined when you're growing on a crop support structure. And also the robotic image, and image 6 shows the potential for such structures to be able to use with robotic harvesting. Then over the page, image 7 and the following images are all examples of artificial crop protection structures, which have, we'll call a horizontal cover. We won't call it a roof because it isn't a roof in that it lets the water through. And you'll see the first one's there with black cover, the second one with white cover, and white cover is more reflective and likely to enhance plant growth. Image 9, you'll see underneath the cover they're actually working with the tractors and everything just as normal. Image 10 is a retractable cover where they actually roll the covers up when they're not needed. So that's a crop of cherries in those ones. And then in image over the page, there's some examples from kiwi fruit. And these demonstrate the difference between the white cloth and the dark green or black cloth, which was raised in the Hawke New Zealand submission. The one right on the very last, one of the last examples was actually specifically done like that because of the proximity of the road. If we go to the last photo of shelters, it's just a vertical artificial shelter. So it's a crop protection structure, but just vertical with no roof. So it's clearly not a building and provided for as a structure within the plan. Then the last couple of pages are just some examples of seasonal worker accommodations that are appearing around the country with the bunk rooms in Cromwell, the Hawke's Bay house situation with bunk rooms for the apple pickers. Then you've got a combined ablutions bunk rooms block in Marlborough. And then some photos inside showing it's quite a utilitarian type environment, but suits the purposes for seasonal worker accommodation. So happy to take any questions anyone may have on those particular photos.
Why don't you proceed through your summary statement and then we can take questions of you collectively at that stage.
Okay, that's fine. In terms of my summary statement, the one thing I will say is that the plan design is very much aligned to the planning standards framework in terms of the priority for primary production, activities that support primary production, activities that have an operational or functional need, and then non-rural activities. So that forms the basis of the plan structure, which totally support. In terms of specific submissions, in terms of my summary statement, just go straight to 1.8 and I'll just take you through the points. In terms of the GRUS overview, the most important thing for Hawke New Zealand and from my perspective is that highly productive land is recognised, and that was, in 1.9 in my summary statement, is that highly productive land is recognised as we discussed at the hearing 1. In terms of the objective, and I must admit I omitted from including this in my summary statement, but you will have heard from Transpower this morning about their changes that they're seeking to objective 1, and in my supplementary statement, I've set out why I disagree with Ms. McLeod's reference to other activities being replaced by residential, commercial or industrial activities. And that's because other activities such as educational facilities, healthcare facilities, community correctional facilities also need to be considered, and they don't fall within the gambit of residential, commercial or industrial. So her replacement, in my opinion, does not achieve the objective of addressing what's encompassed within other activities. I've detailed that in my supplementary statement, section 4. If you want me to read it all, I can, but I've just summarised at this point. Is that sufficient?
Yep, that's fine. Thank you.
And I noticed that Mr. Bonas wants to incorporate important infrastructure, and Ms. McLeod was quite correct in saying, well, he's going a bit harder than what she has been, but as it's provided in energy and infrastructure, it's not my view that it needs to be elevated to the status that Mr. Bonas is seeking. The other change to objective 1 that's relevant is the discussion about incompatible, and there was a question from commissioners about the order or the relevance of this particular inclusion of incompatible activities. And while I supported what was recommended in the section 42A report, on reflection now, I think incompatible activities might be better to be before reverse sensitivity activities, because in fact, it's quite correct that some activities may be incompatible, but not actually lead to reverse sensitivity effects. So in my section 6 in my supplementary statement, I've put up an alternative wording to operate without being compromised by incompatible activities and reverse sensitivity effects. And I think that would address the issue raised in the Commissioner's question regarding objective 1. Policy 1 regarding rural character, I just support the addition of noise, odour and dust as part of rural character. It's been included in the overview, but my concern is that if a policy has been considered in a consenting situation, it should include everything and not have to rely on matters within an overview. Policy 2, Hort New Zealand sought inclusion of this recognition of seasonal worker accommodation within the policy framework. And it's sort of looking more carefully at that policy now. It refers to residential unit, which is quite specific. And in fact, what's actually being discussed is more residential activities, because it includes temporary accommodation and seasonal worker accommodation, which aren't a residential unit and that they're not a single household. And I think that's a matter that possibly needs to be looked at, because sometimes in the various reports across a number of hearings, the term residential activity has been used, but in fact the wording in the policy or the rule might be residential unit. So we need to be clear, what are we actually talking about? Policy 4, I sought inclusion of reverse sensitivity to ensure that there's clear linkages in the plan. And I also note the recommendation of the question about whether that policy should be linked with ands and ors. I'm happy with it just as it stands, but I do note that potentially some activities, and notably infrastructure, won't be linked to primary production, but they will have a functional need to locate in the rural zone. So I think that potential could be a problem for other parties, but not New Zealand. In terms of the new policy for community facilities, the response to the questions from commissioners has recommended a change to that policy, and I support that change because it's about providing for and remove some manage. So and that I support that recommended change in the response to questions. In terms of policy 7 about reverse sensitivity, Hort New Zealand sought the inclusion of incompatible activities. And I think it's really important to add recognition of location of incompatible activities because it provides it flows through to the setbacks for buildings and structures, and that the location is fundamental to how the effects are going to be managed within the zone. Then I come to some rural production activities. So the first one's artificial crop protection structures, and I've shown you the photos. And what Mr. Trewin is recommending is there's some additions to the GRUS requirements 1, 2, and 4, rather than a standalone rule as Hort New Zealand submission sought. Now, while the inclusion in various provisions may work, it's not necessarily a tidy fit. And I particularly note that inclusion in requirement 1 is about building coverage. And since I'm now of the opinion that these structures aren't buildings because what they have is not a roof, then it doesn't really neatly fit within GRUS requirement 1 as recommended in the 42A report. And I'm quite happy to take questions on that matter about artificial crop protection structures. Seasonal worker accommodation is the other activity, and it's interesting that Christchurch Airport have presented calling this matter a noise sensitive activity. And in my supplementary statement, which unfortunately you received this morning, I've detailed in quite some detail my response to the Christchurch Airport. And I'm happy to read that all out now or just summarise it. What would you prefer, Chair?
Maybe if you read it out, since we've only just received it.
Yeah. Okay, so it's in my supplementary statement, and it's section 3. Mr. Bonis presents evidence for CIAL regarding seasonal worker accommodation and seeks that it be a non-complying activity within the 50 dBA noise contour, as he deems it to be a noise-sensitive activity based on the evidence of Mr. McNeil. The Canterbury Regional Policy Statement makes a distinction between noise-sensitive activities and rural activities located within the noise contour. Ms. McNeil has assessed that seasonal worker accommodation is a noise-sensitive activity, as in her view, it is generally used for longer-term stays and therefore should not be a permitted activity in the 50 dBA air noise contour. I'm unsure what Ms. McNeil considers longer-term stay or how she has assessed that such workers meet such criteria. It should be noted that seasonal workers often work in noisy environments and work long hours, so the time in the accommodation facility is limited, unlike visitor accommodation where visitors seek to enjoy the outdoor rural location and anticipate a level of rural amenity. The workers also move on to the next area once this job is completed, so the accommodation is temporary. As I understand, the length of stay can vary depending on the activity being undertaken, density of crop in the area. Ms. McNeil states that seasonal worker accommodation is a residential activity, but doesn't actually consider whether it could be a rural activity. Rural activities is defined in the RPS as including rural land uses activities such as agriculture, horticulture and forestry, and businesses that support rural land use activities. There's no definition either the RPS or the proposed plan for agriculture or horticulture, but the definition of primary production in the plan and the national planning standards includes land and buildings used in the production of agricultural and horticultural products. In my assessment, seasonal worker accommodation is part of the rural activity in that it is part of the production system by enabling seasonal workers to be housed, consistent with the requirements of Immigration New Zealand and MB. And I'll also note that in the Section 32AA assessment in the Section 42A report, Mr. Trewin notes that in fact, seasonal worker accommodation is a residential activity, but also part of the rural production activity, so that it has a foot in both camps, as it were. As such, I consider that seasonal worker accommodation within the 50 dBA noise contour should not be a non-complying activity, as it is part of the rural activity. Mr. Bonis raises issues regarding the linking of the accommodation to work on the actual property on which the facility is located, and also that accommodation could be sought in nearby towns. I'm aware that growers have experienced considerable resistance to using housing supplies in urban areas for seasonal worker accommodation because it takes housing stock out of circulation for the community, especially as there is a housing shortage. Renting in an urban area also involves taking out at least a 12-month lease, which is in excess of what is required. This has been a key motivating factor for investing in bespoke seasonal worker accommodation facilities. Growers may have a number of properties on which the workers may work while in the area, and to link such a facility to only the property on which it is located does not reflect the nature of the horticultural industry and how it works. Therefore, such a tethered provision would severely limit the use of a seasonal worker accommodation, and in my opinion, is not necessary to achieve facilities that are ancillary to rural production activities. So the only other matter that arises out of the seasonal worker accommodation matter is where is the best location for the policy which I've just referred to above. The next matter, a primary production matter, is shelter belts, which we actually canvassed in the natural hazards hearing, and I'm not sure if all the panel were actually on the natural hazards panel or not and aware of the discussion that happened at that hearing. But my evidence is available if, on that topic. I don't agree with the recommendation that shelter belts should come down to be 30 metres wide to be consistent with national policy statement for production forestry, as it's not relevant consideration for shelter belts in the district plan. Then I get to the agricultural aviation topic, and that's set out clearly in my evidence, and there's a range of matters, provisions in the plan. There's 2 policies, 2 definitions, 2 rules, and 3 requirements. So there's a bundle of provisions, and the concern around that issue is that while there's clearly a policy intent that rural aviation for primary production is provided for, it doesn't neatly flow into the rule provision. So what Hort New Zealand has done is work with Ravensdown, who've tabled evidence, and with Ag Aviation to come up with a option that we think will address the issues without compromising what's being sought in terms of other provisions. And there's 2 matters that aviation includes. It includes the air movements and also the landing areas. And unfortunately, in the rule, GRUS 27 only covers the movements. And it seems that we need to include the landing areas into that rule so that they're all provided for within a rule, rather than having to provide an exclusion in Rule 28. Now, I'm happy if Mr. McGregor might want to add comment at this stage, or would you rather he wait till the end?
That's over to you. I'm assuming you've liaised with each other and come up with a plan of attack.
Yes, okay. Bill, do you want to add any comments at this stage?
Look, it's probably better that I wait till the end, but maybe just at this stage, just a quick one. We fully support the work that Lynette has done on the aviation side. A bit of background: we came to the game late and unprepared. Unfortunately, when we handed over to the role which I have, which is the executive officer for the Agricultural Aviation Association and the Helicopter Association, which are part of Aviation New Zealand. It was a very short handover, basically about half an hour long, and didn't cover anything to do with regional plans or that. So I've been blissfully unaware of what's been happening in the regions. My understanding of aviation has always been that we've been controlled by the Civil Aviation Authority, and so once the doors are closed, they took precedence. And so I wasn't aware of a lot of the things that went on until I got into this job, and then people started talking. So when the Selwyn plan came up, this is really the first time that we've got involved, and we went on the coattails of Ravensdown, and then subsequently we've made contact with Lynette through other reasons, and we're now becoming more aware that there's a lot of things that we should be doing. But we fully agree with what she has produced and fully support it. Our main concerns in this area have been around just limitations on or potential limitations on time for our people to operate. So the going to and coming from operational areas, that tends to be very early in the morning and late in the evening, and also the use of landing areas, which for helicopters we don't want them to be too restrictive, because of the utility of the aircraft being able to operate from different sites within properties. So we're fully supporting what Lynette has put forward, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. I think we'll save our questions till Ms. Wolf is finished, and then maybe you can answer them collectively if they relate to the aircraft movements issue.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. There was a question in the panel's questions about the use of the word intermittent. Port New Zealand sought that be added, and the word intermittent is used in the NZS 6807 landing areas for helicopters. So it was trying to link the use of the term with the New Zealand standard that's relevant. Then on to rural research activities, which is quite a problematic and issue for Port New Zealand, because of course we want to encourage rural research activities, but the scope of the definition of research activities is very broad, and providing for everything as a permitted activity within the rural area has significant potential given the scope of the definition. Now, I have again, and I noticed that the hearing panel have raised some questions about the research activities. And again, I have provided some additional comment in the supplementary evidence, which I could read or just summarise. Up to you, Mr. Chair. Basically, I
think you should read it out again because it's new material.
Okay. So in my supplementary statement, section 5, I'll start at paragraph 3 because I won't read the questions that you've actually asked. The definition of research activity encompasses many things other than rural production, and the recommended rule, GRUS R13, proposes changes that would enable such activity as permitted, not non-complying, for instance, educational, commercial and conference facilities. These activities are not akin to rural production, and the effects are not tolerable within the GRUS, as demonstrated that these activities are non-complying if not linked to a research activity. My evidence seeks that the qualifying clauses in GRUS P6 are retained, so the 42A report recommends that they be deleted, but I think they be retained to ensure that any activity that is part of research activity is compatible with primary production. In respect to the questions regarding buildings for research activity, I draw the panel's attention to my evidence where I set out a range of conditions for building for research activities in GRAS R13, particularly in regard to educational and conference purposes. I note that the officer's response to the question states that GRAS R2 would apply to structures which are non-residential, but that does not need to be, there does not need to be a specific restriction, such as a limit to building size of 100 square metres. I agree or disagree in part. Where the building is for an activity akin to rural production activity, I agree that there does not need to be any greater restriction than for rural production activity. However, there are parts of the research activity that are not akin to rural production activities, and in fact are more akin to activities that are limited in the plan. In my opinion, where such activities are undertaken within the parameters of research activity, then there should be specific restrictions on building size, similar to what would apply if the activity was not part of the research activity. In my evidence, I set out a change to GRAS R13 that would limit buildings for non-rural production activities such as educational and conference facilities. And I also think that commercial activities should be included in a size limitation of 100 square metres, as it is an activity that which requires consent if not part of research activity. And since writing my initial evidence, I've discovered a specific policy in the RPS regarding provision of educational facilities in the rural zone within the Greater Christchurch area, which is the area most of interest to the education research providers. And it is that to provide for educational facilities in rural areas in limited circumstances where no other practicable options exist within an urban area. The changes I've sought to GRAS R13 to limit the scale and sizes for education purposes associated with research activities would be consistent with this approach in the RPS by ensuring educational facilities are provided in limited circumstances. The next issue relates to rural selling place, and the main issue there is about the use of the term site and the definition of site in the plan, which is a title. So a grower may have 5 different titles around the district that he grows on, but he brings the produce to one particular point for a rural selling place. So the limitation of and the definition of site doesn't really work with the way that the growers are operating. So we would much rather that you refer to the same operational business. So it's not opening the rural selling place open to all sorts of things. It's still got a limitation, but it's linked to the operational business, not to the land parcel on which it is actually located. In terms of changes to educational facilities, I'll skip over that. And conference facilities, I note that the setback in the as currently provided in the plan is 5 metres, which seems very close for a conference facility right next to a rural production activity, and the same with visitor accommodation. And I think that the table in GRAS requirement 4 could better reflect the range of residential activity rather than residential unit, so that they are all residential activities has a 30-metre setback. GRAS requirement 1, the building coverage, I've set out some concerns with the changes proposed about limitation of greenhouses with or without floor, and I've addressed that in my evidence in chief. I find it rather inconsistent, but and so have sought changes to so that greenhouses aren't limited in that way. And there's no policy framework to support that change. And I've also sought that the note regarding artificial crop protection structures and the building coverage provisions is changed. There's some comments about frost fan heights, and I think that's fairly self-explanatory. In terms of the GRUS 4, I've set out what I think that it needs to apply to. The 30 metres needs to apply to all residential activities. GRUS 6 hours of operation, I've suggested an alternative wording similar to, but as part of a clause, not as an exclusion. And in terms of GRUS 7, think that it should be about people working on the site at a point in time, not those employed. So someone may have a number of employees who aren't working on the site at any one particular point in time. I think the issue is how many people are on the site rather than how many people a person actually employs. And then the last matter is the GRUS Mat 4 about reverse sensitivity. Then the other matter which has come emerged through the evidence of Orion is about the tree corridors, which I have also addressed in my supplementary statement, and given it's new, I should read it out to you, but I will try and summarize it as I go. So it's in section 2 of my supplementary statement. So Ms. Foot's seeking specific provisions for corridor protection in the GRUS chapter, and these submissions are rejected as they're addressed in the EI chapter, and I agree with the 42A report for energy and infrastructure and for the GRUS chapter, which says they need to be consistent with planning standards. In terms of the tree corridor provisions, Hort New Zealand further submitted on the submissions by Orion, and this matter was not actually addressed in the 42A report specifically, but Ms. Foot and Mr. Hayes have provided evidence seeking the controlled planting of trees near the significant electricity distribution lines, and a non-complying activity with the PA standard is not met. Mr. Hayes rightly points out the issues relating to supply outages due to trees or debris falling on lines, and accept that this is an issue for distribution companies. But my question is, what is the most appropriate way to address this issue? In my experience, I am not aware of any other district plan that controls planting of shelter belts to protect lines. And NZECP 34 does not restrict planting of trees. The electricity hazard of tree regulations are relied on. There's also provisions in the plan relating to shelter out plantings for wildlife fire purposes, which Orion haven't considered. The cost benefit analysis undertaken by Mr. Harris for the energy infrastructure chat hearing did not address the issue of the tree planting corridors. And his report was that the corridors for structures and buildings would not lead to additional costs as the requirements were already in regulations. But that same conclusion cannot apply for provisions for restriction on planting of trees, as such regulations do not already exist. Mr. Harris sets out the length of line SEDL in his statement for hearing 4, and it would appear that there's about 78 kilometres of SEDL line on rural zoned land, which this restriction on tree planting would apply. And you double that to both sides of the line. In my opinion, planting of trees on roads reserves should be a matter between the road controlling agency and Orion. Orion should address their concerns regarding tree planting through relationships with landowners who host these lines rather than seeking rules and district plans, and easements with landowners could be utilised to formalise the relationship with landowners. And in addition, the electricity hazards from tree regulations also apply as currently. And I'm sure you're hearing from Orion later, so they may have some thoughts on that. But that covers what's in my summary statement and my supplementary statement. So happy to take questions. Sorry, it's taken some time.
No, that's quite all right. And we'll see if we have questions for you, Raywin.
Yes, I do. Just a couple, and I just want to take you back to square one. Yesterday, we heard from CIAL as to why health facilities, schools, churches, and even marae should be deemed to have non-complying activity status in the rural zone, because for them, those facilities are noise-sensitive activities with regard to airport noise. I understand that Hawke New Zealand have the same reverse sensitivity concerns, but I'm still trying to reconcile that which was once traditional rural activities, health facility, i.e. health facilities, schools, churches, and including marae, are now deemed as non-complying in the rural area, even though marae were part of the rural landscape long before rural activities were around. I'm trying to understand, and I've picked this point up in the Ministry of Education submission, where what was once a traditional rural activity is now deemed to be non-compliant.
Right. I would consider that in the scheme of the plans, marae would be considered a community facility and would be a discretionary activity, not non-complying. But you can confirm that with the officer. Our concern is rural schools definitely have a functional need to locate in, or operational need to locate in the rural zone. And that comes back to the GRUS policy 4 and whether those things should be linked or not, because you could argue that a rural school should be provided for under that policy as having a functional need and therefore enabled. The problem that we have, and I think the example that you were given yesterday was the Sikh temple, and it's happened elsewhere, that where these sorts of activities seek to establish in the rural area, they want large areas, they potentially want to have a school, they have outdoor facilities. Therefore, when they're located in the middle of rural production activities, the potential for reverse sensitivity is very high. So there needs to be a high level of rigour as to that type of facility being enabled to locate in the rural zone.
It doesn't really answer my question, but I accept your answer.
Thank you.
And now just one more at your paragraph 6.17, and I'm just trying to understand, I think you've requested a policy to recognise noise, dust and odour specific to the rural zone. Is that right?
So that in the description of rural character, which is in policy 1, so policy 1 describes rural character, maintain or enhance rural character and amenity of rural areas by retaining a low overall building density, retaining a sense of openness and predominance of vegetative cover. What I would like added is the recognition of those other effects such as the odour, noise and dust that are included in the overview, but my preference is that it's included in the policy. So if the policy is used when assessing a resource consent, it's in the policy, not an overview.
So my question about that is, why should it just be specific? Why should a policy contain those effects specific to the rural zone when those effects are felt in every zone?
Because this particular policy is describing rural character. So if you're describing character in other zones, it may be appropriate to include such effects describing character of other zones. But because this is specific to rural character, that's why it's limited in this instance.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah.
Thank you. With regards to those photographs of the seasonal workers cottage, photo 2, I noted that they looked as though they were movable they weren't permanently established. Is that just an example, or are most of them, if they're not used for what they were intended to be used for, have to actually apply for a change of use, or they have to be removed from the property?
That would be in the intent, and the intent of the definition for seasonal worker accommodation is that it is very strictly limited to the use of the accommodation by those seasonal workers. So it's not if someone wanted to use the facility for something other than seasonal worker accommodation, they would have to apply for a consent for something different. Like if they wanted to use it for Airbnb or camping or whatever, that wouldn't be within the parameters of what the provisions would apply for. And I see those ones are movable. Some, the various bespoke examples around the country are quite different. Some may well be movable. And in fact, I think there was even the situation that one operator had mobile units that he moved between Marlborough and Central Otago according to need.
My other question around seasonal workers accommodation is that we have different sites or different titles down to 1 hectare to 100 hectares with regards to the rural zoning. And I just want to understand, would you envisage a seasonal workers cottage operation being established on, say, a 1 hectare site with a minor dwelling and a residential dwelling as well? Could that be a possibility?
No, I think 4 hectares is generally seen as the minimum for a rural activity. So I certainly wouldn't anticipate seasonal worker accommodation on a site less than 4 hectares.
So when we're talking about your understanding of 4 hectares, we are not talking about an average across the whole of that rural area being 4 hectares. You are looking at the minimum density site being 4 hectares per se.
Yes.
So that's not an averaging, that is
No.
per se.
No, it would be quite uneconomic to want to establish seasonal worker accommodation on anything less than 4 hectares in terms of servicing the operation.
As a single site?
As a single site.
Thank you.
Lindsay?
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. There's a lot here.
Yes.
And, and I accept you've gone through very rigorously the various provisions, but there are a few items. Mr. Truen, in the section dealing with crop protection structures, first of all, Mr. Truen has generally accepted that that's a use or a facility or whatever you want to call it, which needs to be provided for.
Mm-hmm.
You are pretty strident on the fact that these should be termed artificial crop protection structures. And from the examples that you've shown, they all appear to be post and wire with potential with covers and so forth on them as well. But when is a crop protection structure not artificial?
So why I've
But they're
supported
all artificial crop protection structures, aren't they?
Yeah, yes. So it's picking up the industry term and what the industry call the structures, and also how they've been described. So there's specific provisions in the energy infrastructure chapter regarding the transpower setbacks, and they've always been referred to as artificial crop protection in those structures and those provisions. So I was just trying to seek alignment. I wouldn't
Yeah,
say it's
okay.
necessarily strident, but it's just to ensure commonality in the use of the term.
Yeah, it seems like horticulture couldn't operate without these sorts of things, and there needs to be a nod that these can be provided for. It's just where the mechanism is and whether or not the detail is right in terms of where they need to go and various other matters like that. Is that true?
Yes, I would agree with that. Certainly in the fruit sector, they are increasingly, not so much for vegetable, although, mainly fruit are grown. A lot are grown undercover now.
Yeah. Your supplementary statements that came through this morning, and you've given an explanation to those, but just so I can get it clear in my own mind, in terms of the submissions of the airport and Transpower about there needing to be a recognition that some forms of infrastructure needs to be provided in the rural areas. So you're accepting that should be taken into account at objective level?
I'm not sure. Somewhere there needs to be a recognition that the linear structure of Transpower is inevitably going to go through the rural area. And let's face it, growers need power. So, that they use the infrastructure too. So there needs to be a recognition that that's part of the rural environment.
So I guess one of the points which has been made is that everything to deal with energy and infrastructure needs to be in the energy and infrastructure chapter, but whether or not there needs to be a cross-referencing within the zone-specific chapters themselves to things which are dealt with otherwhere, a belts and braces approach. That infrastructure such as the linear infrastructure which Transpower provides, there needs to be a recognition in the general rural zone that can be accepted and anticipated in that zone.
Yes, I think that's realistic. We've had several ways proposed about altering GRUS 01, Objective 1, by changing other activities, by changing Clause 3, which is really about reverse sensitivity. It almost needs to be a standalone point, I think, within that objective that, important infrastructure is anticipated will locate within the rural zone.
Okay, thank you for that.
Where it has a functional need.
Where it needs to be located in a particular area.
We're not saying infrastructure shouldn't be in the rural zone. Okay,
thank you. Next one on my list, and these are in no particular order, but you've had a discussion with Councillor Hassan about seasonal worker accommodation. I can just drill down into a little bit of my understanding of that. In, say, rural high country, you may need to have facilities for shearers to come in, for musterers to come in at certain times of the year, but they are not permanently used. And then conversely, on the plains and in areas such as Hawke's Bay, Marlborough, Central Otago and so forth, the seasonal worker accommodation is provided for a gang. It's usually in one location. And that gang will go around using that seasonal worker accommodation, the various different horticultural operations or the farming operations which might need to use us. Is there a distinction which needs to be made between seasonal worker accommodation, which is used for the majority of the year or good chunks of the year, for those against those which are only used periodically, like the shearers' quarters on a high country station? And I guess the reason for that question is that we have a fairly the word that comes to mind is strident, but certainly the airport company are saying that, well, it is going to be used for the majority of the time, or a large amount of time, and therefore because of that concentration it should be treated as a residential activity. Now, I understand from your evidence you take a contrary view.
Yes, well, I've considered that they're rural activities. I just wonder whether it may be more appropriate for Ms. McClung to talk about the nature of the use and the times that such accommodation may be used, or I can answer it. Or
I'm happy to talk a little bit more to it, Lynette, and then pass it back to you. So in my experience, the seasonal worker accommodation, yes, it may be used for a longer length of time than something such as a shearer's quarters, but the people that are staying there are moving on frequently. So the gangs will move between regions and between growers, but they may stay for, say, 6 weeks at a time. And then move to the next location. There may be a couple of workers that would stay for longer, say a 4-month period, and they would usually be the team leader or the farm manager that would come in and set things up, do a bit of the pre-work, but it would be no longer than that sort of 4 months a year. And it's typically to provide for those that are coming in from other countries, our seasonal workers that come in from the Pacific Islands that do not have a home otherwise in New Zealand. And then sometimes we'll have backpackers that are provided the accommodation on site as well. So it is a little tricky to put a time frame exactly around when they might be or how long they might be there for, because they could, from that base of that particular worker accommodation, do work for multiple growers. But there are other situations where growers do provide accommodation on site just for their own workers, which was the first example in Cromwell, where that is just for on-site growing, whereas the example in Marlborough, they certainly do provide that for multiple operations. So there is, I guess, within a seasonal worker accommodation, a high degree of variability.
Thanks, Rachel. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yeah, to some extent. The Section 42A report has recognised that this is in terms of the policy, it is separate to a residential unit, or could be treated differently to a residential unit. And then we hear from the airport yesterday, well, there is a certain level of amenity expected by people, and if you're in the 50 or the 55 LDN noise contours, you're going to be experiencing airport noise in terms of your residential amenity. So I took it from your submission, you're saying, well, it's, they're only there temporarily and they'll sort of suck it up, and they'll just deal with any amenity implications. I don't know whether that comment's fair, but I'd be interested to drill down a little bit further into whether or not seasonal worker accommodation should be treated quite separately to other residential activities, which may be appropriate in the rural area.
Certainly quite different to other residential activities. Like these guys, well, I shouldn't say all guys, because these workers are working generally, when they're in an area, are working long hours. So they're not going back to the amenity to sit outside and enjoy the sunset, as it were, because given the pressure of harvest time, that they're there to eat and sleep, not an expectation of amenity. Some of these facilities are located next to pack houses in some districts. And again, a pack house is a noisy environment, and I'm not aware that there's been any issues raised about a noisy environment not providing the amenity for the worker accommodation. So I don't think the airport concern is as valid as they certainly just want all residential activity to be non-complying. I'm saying this is ancillary to rural production. It should be provided for. It's provided as a permitted activity only for 12 people. Over that, it would require a discretionary consent. So if the airport has an interest in something, they can be involved with some of those larger facilities.
Okay, I'll move on. Next one on my list is in terms of rural selling places and trying to find if you like, the sweet spot that there might be. Because rural selling places do vary in size and scale from my experience, and liking to use them occasionally when the opportunity comes to buy some feed jails or something which are in season at the time, which are very much farm gate operations, through to things which can be much more significant in size and scale. Perhaps with, instead of there being an honesty box, there needs to be somebody there full time or for a certain period. You're wanting, in terms of the rural selling places themselves, to make it much more focused on the land holdings as opposed to the site, on the basis of if somebody has 5 lots and they have a few hectares up the road, they can bring the produce to one place to actually sell. How do you actually get this sweet spot in terms of the rural framework between those which are very much small scale farm gate producers, honesty box selling whatever, between that and something which has got to a much more significant scale, which might cross the line into being a commercial activity, or has got to such a scale where there might be potential traffic implications?
So GRUS 9 limits the permitted activity to 100 square meters. So anything, and it's limited to the produce grown or produced currently on site, but I've said rural produce grown or produced by the same operational business. So you've got a ring fence, of the size of the square footage and the source of the produce.
Okay, a real life scenario, you have 100 square meter shed, if you like, or facility where these things are sold out of. And there is a conglomeration of horticulture providers or farmers who want to have one central point, that this, rather than having these dotted all around the place and potentially everybody having to look after them, they wanted to have one central point. That would require consent under your scenario as a commercial activity in the rural area, because it is produced from multiple different sites.
That's correct. And I actually think, I know at the moment, rural selling places linked to commercial activity, but with the restructure and the definition of rural industry, which includes rural businesses, I think someone would be more likely to apply for a consent for that more joint type operation as a rural business under the GRUS 8, rather than a commercial activity.
Okay, and then having to deal with what is potentially something which is of a scale which is going to cause transport concerns. I know, Wakakatahi, for example, they just don't want these things off the highway, because it makes people need to stop and enter and exit where they might otherwise not need to, and particularly where these people are, they see a sign 200 meters ahead saying vegetables for sale, and they'll stop immediately. So do you think that there is sufficient caveats to deal with those adverse effects within the plan for rural selling places? Because there is a real difference in scale.
Oh, absolutely. And we just want to make sure that there's adequate provision for those very small scale ones, and where it's larger scale and all those transport effects. Like if you look at GRUS 8, it also there's requirements about hours of operation, full-time staff. So there's things that would need to be considered, and we totally agree with that. If someone wants to establish that larger type operation, bringing produce, and it might be some of them have honey and fruit and vegetables and eggs, and that sort of operation is definitely into that consented activity regime, where those things like transport and egress onto the road, etc., are taken into account.
Yeah. Next on my list, reverse sensitivity. Now, there's a specific policy which deals with reverse sensitivity from rural production, but you're suggesting in terms of activities, things which create noise, dust and odour, that that go into P1, GRUS P1.
Yes.
Okay, so if you have agricultural machinery, it needs to get the hay in, or they need to get a crop in, horticultural, agricultural, whatever, and it needs to go into the night because the crop has to come in. That's the sort of reverse sensitivity effect that you're talking about from rural production, isn't it? And similarly with odour, when a dairy farmer wants to open their silage pit, those sorts of real life examples of where there can be odour effects from conventional rural activities. So wouldn't it be better, or I'm just putting this to you, to actually look at an all-encompassing reverse sensitivity policy which specifically mentions those, rather than dealing with it in P1, which deals with two things, character and amenity?
Well, there's P7, which sort of goes there in terms of
reverse. P7 was the one that I was looking at, because it's entitled reverse sensitivity.
But then you've got and then you've got reverse sensitivity. Potentially, it may be better that those matters are in P7, but what I was trying to do is say, well, what's the character of the rural area? And we must accept that there will be some noises and some smells and some those sorts of things. That's part of the character of the rural areas. So that's why I put it into P1 rather than P7.
Okay, all right. I didn't take that any further. Next one is with research activities, and your comments about it needing to be focused on rural or horticultural production and the whole scale of things. Now my understanding of most research facilities, and we've got some tabled evidence, but we haven't had the I haven't been in a hearing where the research activity providers have been in front of us. But I'm just wanting to understand how much of an issue this really is. I was under the impression that there is a centralised research activity at Lincoln or one of the other Crown Research Institutes and so forth, where the majority of the research activities are undertaken by people, and then on the land there's various different trials of various different crops and various different methods of weed control or insect management, whatever it may be. So do we actually need to go to the depth that the plan has to actually deal with things like buildings for those scenarios where they're testing a particular crop or what might go on? Aren't they very much an agricultural scale as opposed to something which crosses the line from needing to be located in the rural area to being more appropriately located somewhere else?
Where do I start? So yes, certainly the research activities have got the knowledge zone, where they're generally located and can provide for all these things that are in the definition of research activity. But they do have the need to do their research, on-farm research, which could be out anywhere in the district, and it could shift from place to place over time. And you know, we're very supportive of the on-farm research because the industry depends on it. It's drawing the line about, unfortunately, providing a permitted activity for a research activity with all the things that are in that definition of research activity could potentially open the floodgates for things that might not necessarily be anticipated to occur within the rural zone. So it's how can we ring fence that totally legitimate on-farm research and maybe a building or two for workers who are out there on that on-farm facility, to ensure that the encroachment doesn't occur. And so I've put up one option. There may be other ways to do it, but it needs to be ring fenced so that there's not an open door under the guise of this broad definition.
Yeah, and the same applies to your comments on conference facilities as well.
Yes.
It's on first flush, you wouldn't have thought a conference facility is an appropriate use in a general rural zone, would you?
No, and that's why the rule that for conference facilities is non-complying. If it's not attached to a research facility, what we don't want to happen is, because of the generous provisions for research activities, that they can do a conference facility without going through a non-complying pathway.
Okay, thank you. Right, and okay, agricultural aviation. I think you know, it's been a relatively big topic in some locations because of concerns. So, just for my own understanding, as long as there is a recognition that this is essential to agricultural production generally, and the effects can be managed for intermittent, small scale, whether there needs to be a touchdown and take off to do something, or whether there's needs to be potentially on-site refueling or something like that. That's provided for, and you've added some additional wording in behind what the Section 42A report is, but it doesn't deal with the base of the operations, like where there is a top dressing company which has a permanent base, and then they'll go out to a particular location to do their top dressing. And so are you comfortable that there's that distinction between the base operations and also those locations where it needs to happen on a much more, as you say, intermittent basis?
Absolutely. So if someone's got a base that they're flying in out of every day, or multiple times a day, is a very different level of effect to someone using a rural airstrip maybe for 2 days of the year, maybe a significant number of flights in that 2 day, but it's limited to a 2 day period, for instance. So totally different level of effects, and totally agree with you that the permanent base is quite a different scenario to the intermittent use.
Okay.
And we just want to make sure that the intermittent use is quite clearly provided. The intent in the plan is there. It's just about getting the wording right.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. I think that's my list. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. We're running well over time, but there is 3 issues that I do want to address you about, Ms. Wolf. The first one is I'm having some difficulty accepting the position of Horticulture New Zealand in opposing the view of the Airport Authority that seasonal worker accommodation shouldn't be treated as a sensitive activity and excluded, or requiring a consent at least within the noise control boundaries. And the reason for that is that under your own evidence, you are likening seasonal worker accommodation to a residential activity. you're seeking that it be included in the same table in GRU ZREQ4, Table 1 as residential activities. Under your own evidence, particularly I understand it for RSC workers, the seasonal accommodation is often used as a hub. They reside there for long periods of time and move to numerous properties around an area. They're there for quite a long period of time. And under your own evidence, they work long hours. So I would imagine they want to have a good sleep and not be disturbed by jet planes flying close overhead. So do you have a response to any of that? I just see your evidence as being inconsistent on this issue.
It's a really interesting one, and I think that the 32AA assessment has identified the dilemma as well. I will draw the distinction that under the RPS, the residential use for a rural activity, so the farmer living on his own property, residential use is different to the residential use for other activities, as I understand the discussion that was had yesterday with the airport company. And I liken the seasonal worker accommodation to being ancillary to the rural production activity and in a similar vein to that residential activity for the farmer or the grower who lives on their property.
So you're supporting my view that your evidence is inconsistent.
Well, sorry if it's appeared inconsistent, so I can go back and refresh it. And I raised the issue that originally the Horticulture New Zealand submission thought that the seasonal worker accommodation sit in that residential unit policy framework, and on reflection, I actually wonder whether that is the most appropriate place for it to be in the policy framework because of this tension between, is it a rural activity, is it a noise sensitive activity?
So you're aware where the noise control boundaries exist within Selwyn district?
Yes, and to be honest,
just hang on a minute, wait for the question. So is Horticulture New Zealand aware of any of its growers that wish to locate seasonal worker accommodation within the noise control boundary, the 50 dBA one?
Well, Rachel might be the better person to answer, but to be realistic, given that the extent of that noise control area and where growers are located in its proximity to residential areas, I think it's highly unlikely that you'll get seasonal worker accommodation establishing in any large scale within that contour area. So is it an issue? Rachel, do you want to add any comment to that?
Yeah, look, I'll just say that no, we're not aware of anyone wanting to locate there. And as I understand it, as Ms. Wolf's explained, any seasonal worker accommodation that would accommodate more than 12 would require a discretionary activity consent. And to my mind, I don't think that we would disagree with requiring a consent full stop in that contour. So whether it was under 12 or more than 12, it does make sense to require the resource consent so that the considerations of the airport and the noise impacts could be considered by council.
No, thank you very much for that. It's very helpful concession. So thank you for your objective view on that. I'll just move on to my next issue. That relates to aircraft movements. And I want to take you, Ms. Wolf, to your paragraph 7.85.
And my evidence in chief?
Yeah, your primary evidence, yep.
7.
Just let me know when you've got that in front of you.
Yes. Yes.
Is that a yes? Do you have that?
Yeah, I've got it in front of me.
Excellent. So the provision already refers to top dressing, spraying, stock management, fertiliser application and frost mitigation. So what other activities other than those already listed would involve incidental aircraft movements?
No, it's not other activities. It's just that the GRUS R27 refers to aircraft movements and helicopter movements which are defined. And GRAS R28 refers to landing areas which are also defined, but the rule only applies for one, and we wanted to incorporate both aspects of the operation into the one rule.
Yeah, maybe if you could answer my question, which was, other than those listed activities, what would form an incidental aircraft movement?
The top dressing, spraying, stock management, fertilizer and frost mitigation, I don't anticipate any other type of activity that they would be undertaken. Sorry, I misunderstood the question.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
And in the drafting, we picked up the wording that was proposed in the Section 42A report and put it into a clause rather than as a note in Rule 28. So we've used Mr. Trewin's wording.
Yep, no, I understand that. In terms of that wording at your paragraph that we've just looked at, understand how helicopters might be involved with incidental takeoff and landing, but surely an aircraft requires to take off and land on an airstrip. It can't just land any old where. So why would you seek to have aircraft included in that provision you're asking for? Wouldn't they be covered under Rule 28? They need a runway to land on, whether it's a rural farm airstrip or a proper runway. They can't just land any old where.
No, so Rule 28 applies for new or extensions of new airstrips. What we're just, let me just go to the rule. And what we just want to make sure that the landing area of the existing are provided for in which, and maybe incidental is not the right word, but we just picked it up from the 42A report. So, you know, we could look at alternative wording if you find that incidental is not appropriate.
I'm just struggling to see the need for any kind of additional wording at all, given the activities that already appear within Rule 27.
Well, because the landing areas are not permitted, given the different definitions.
So a helicopter movement explicitly excludes landing. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, that's unfortunately that's the way that the plan has been developed. Is it? I'm just trying to find the specific. There is specific definition for aircraft movement, and then there's aircraft landing areas as a different activity.
The definition of aircraft movement in the district plan includes a single flight operation, landing or departure of any aircraft, excluding helicopters.
Yes, but then why do they then include definitions for landing areas? If that includes landing, why do we then need specific definitions for landing areas?
Well, as you know, it's not our role to answer your questions. All right, I'll just move on.
So
to
if you go to the definition for helicopter movement and helicopter landing areas, what we're wanting to make sure is that both are provided for in GRAS R27. I'd be happy if we only had helicopter movement and that would deal with the issue, but because of the double definitions, it's caused some complexity.
All right, no doubt we'll get some further advice in the reply report about this issue. Now, my last issue is regarding the submitter we're going to hear from next, who've been waiting there very patiently, Orion. Given on your own evidence that it's important to ensure that trees in a rural area don't disrupt electricity transmission lines, why shouldn't there be an explicit rule ensuring that does not happen? Isn't that prudent and isn't that efficient and effective resource management?
No, because I think if the Lines Company is worried about what's happening on private property, that their lines are crossing, then they deal with that in their landowner relationship. And Mr. Hayes talks about how they work with landowners. So why is it not actually happening through the mechanism that they've already got in place?
So is it your view that district plan rules should not impinge on private property?
Well, I'm just wondering, to what extent is it an issue that is a district plan matter when they have already a mechanism to address the issue? And it's interesting that no one, to my knowledge, has sought such provision. So, yeah, it's quite precedent setting.
But that's not a reason for not dealing with an issue, is it?
No, I'm not saying that the issue shouldn't be dealt with. It's just what's the most appropriate way, and is it a district plan matter?
Yep, and we're obliged to look at the most efficient and effective means of dealing with resource management issues.
Well, there's been no cost benefit done on whether this is the most efficient or effective mechanism.
All right, well, thank you very much, Horticulture New Zealand. No further questions from me, but thank you very much for your time and the effort you put into your evidence and answering our questions this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Yep. All right, so our next submitter is Orion New Zealand. Come on up. And just for the record, come on up. Yeah, Councillor Hessen has a conflict of interest, so won't be participating in questioning or deliberating on Orion New Zealand's submission. As in previous hearings, the case for that is because the council is a part owner in Orion. So, good afternoon and welcome. You've appeared before us before, so you know the drill. Don't have to read out anything that's been pre-circulated. You are, of course, very welcome to highlight key points, and then we'll see if we have questions for you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you once again. You've met us all before, but I'm Amy Hill from Chapman Tripp, Council for Orion, and I'm here with Mr. Gary Hayes and Ms. Melanie Foote. I'll do a brief introduction. There were no legal submissions filed. This Orion's presentation today deals with its corridor protection relief very briefly. We're not really proposing to traverse any of that, but the witnesses are available to discuss further if there's anything specific to the general rural zone that the panel would like to cover. Then Orion's has also sought relief regarding the objectives and policies in the general rural zone, which Ms. Foote has identified in her main statement of evidence and can speak to further. There's already been a fair bit of discussion on that this morning. And finally, the main issue for discussion will be the Orion's relief related to trees, which has been, as was raised earlier, sort of slipped through the net for the energy and infrastructure hearing. So we're bringing the case for trees now. And I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank the panel for the minute number 14 with directions for subsequent zone hearings. So this is us once over, and then you won't probably see us again.
Thank you, and no, thank you for raising that issue, and appreciate that you gave us an opportunity to respond to it.
Thank you. And just finally, Mr. Hayes and Ms. Foote obviously haven't had a chance to review and consider in detail the Hort NZ supplementary evidence. So we'll deal with that as best we can, but if there's anything that might require further response in writing, that might be best.
Yeah, look, if you want to come back and provide additional supplementary material responding to the detail of that material, then that's fine.
Thank you, sir. One final admin thing. I've got physical copies of the summaries that Mr. Hayes and Ms. Foote are speaking to, but I understand you might also already have them in electric form. So would you like?
I don't need a physical copy. Deborah, do you like a physical copy? No, we're all good. And you can't give them to the other two commissioners, but you can leave them here. And if either if Raymond or Lindsay want them, they can be provided with the hard copies.
Great. Thank you. For now, I will hand over to Mr. Hayes to present his summary and discuss why Orion is seeking predominantly the regulations regarding trees.
Good afternoon. Push the button. still a novice at this, obviously. After the fourth time, you think I get it right. My name is Gary Hayes. I am the Procurement Land Service Manager at Orion New Zealand Limited. Orion seeks corridor protection setback rules in the proposed plan to ensure existing significant electricity distribution lines, SEDLs, are protected from inappropriate land uses and earthworks. The detailed rationale for this relief is explained in my earlier evidence in the Energy and Infrastructure and Earthworks hearings. With regards to the general rural zone, there are a number of structures, buildings, and activities which can be particularly problematic for the network, including rural buildings, which are often of a large scale, irrigation infrastructure, fences made of conductive materials, and extensive earthworks. Adequate protection of SEDLs throughout the corridor protection setback rules is critical. Trees. The management of vegetation and trees in and around the electricity distribution network is a significant and ongoing challenge for Orion, causing outages and safety hazards. Orion adopts a pragmatic risk-based approach to safely minimise the impact of trees, as in seeking amendments to the proposed plan which align with this approach. Trees in close proximity to electricity lines can cause serious problems, including flashover, infrastructure damage, and access issues. In rural areas, shelter belts and large trees are a common issue as they are frequently planted along fence lines, immediately adjacent to or sometimes within the road corridor. It may not be obvious to the public or a tree owner that an unmaintained or damaged tree / vegetation and even small branches / bark on lines can cause outages. Orion is consistently striving for improved network performance and to provide customers with the best experience. Our vegetation management program, underpinned by the hazard from trees regulations, is key to this. While the regulations are an important tool to manage vegetation near lines, they are far from comprehensive and can be difficult to give effect to, with vegetation posing a number of challenges for Orion that are not adequately addressed by the regulations. For a number of years, the electricity distribution businesses have called for a review and an update of the regulations. However, this has not yet eventuated. Orion therefore seeks insertion of a new rule to manage trees within 5 metres of SEDLs, ensuring that any new trees will be species that reach heights of up to 3 metres at maturity. Trees reaching heights greater than 3 metres should not be planted in SEDL corridors. Orion has recently identified that the original drafting of the rule sought in its submission was ambiguous and could potentially be interpreted as prohibiting planting of any tree within 5 metres of the SEDLs. I wish to clarify that this is not Orion's intention. It is only tree species that will grow to heights above 3 metres, which we are seeking to avoid being planted close to SEDLs. Ms. Foot put forward clarified drafting for this rule, which Orion confirms is more appropriate than the drafting contained in the original submission.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hayes. It's very clear. I'll see if we have any questions for you in relation to that summary statement or your evidence itself. Raymond?
Yes, I do. I do have a question. At your paragraph 40 of your evidence in chief, you talk about there are no setbacks included in the hazard from trees regulation. Is that right?
No, there's none.
Okay. I don't quite understand why that is. And I presume that Orion and other electricity distribution companies were involved in drafting the regulation. And I don't understand why setbacks weren't included, but given that they probably would have significantly reduced the issues that arise from having setbacks. I don't understand why something as basic as a setback wasn't included in the regulations. Can you explain why that might be?
My understanding from talking with somebody that was on the working group from the EDBs at that time was that the regs that they put forward and the regs that actually got implemented were completely different. You're dead right. That's why all EDBs are facing this issue now.
Well, I actually went to the hyperlink that you provided because I was trying to understand, you know, when this can be rectified. And apparently there was a stakeholder workshop in December 2019. Did Orion participate in that workshop?
Yes.
And I presume setbacks got raised again.
I've been involved with this since 2013, and there's been talk of this been going on for a number of years. And yes, we have always been driving this case. We've been pulled in working groups from the Electricity Engineers Association and other groups. Any support that we can get to push this through, we've endeavoured to put through. And corridors is definitely forefront of what we're wanting to have. Obviously, we're not in certain jurisdictions overseas. They have a scorched earth policy. We're definitely not trying to go down that line.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Raymond. Lindsay, any questions for Mr. Hayes?
No questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Melanie, and I provided brief evidence which covered 3 matters listed here. Firstly, I maintain my view around plan structure and the location of corridor protection provisions within the zone chapters as opposed to the EI chapter. Orion has sought corridor protection provisions related to trees to be included as part of the relevant zone chapters, and that relief was not included as part of the EI chapter or hearing. As such, the proposed tree provisions had not been considered until the previous hearing last week for the commercial and mixed use zones, where we briefly introduced those and deferred the substantive evidence till today. Tree setback provisions are required, as you've heard from Mr. Hayes, to protect SEDLs by ensuring trees over 3 metres in height are not planted within the setback. Trees under 3 metres in height are acceptable, and I note the intent of this rule is to only restrict trees planted within the corridors and not outside the corridors. As part of my hearing statement for the commercial mixed use zone hearings, I propose to refine the wording of the proposed tree rule, and I note this was after I filed the evidence for this hearing, so I've included that amended drafting here again for you. The reasons for the proposed trees corridor protection provisions are to ensure SEDLs are protected from trees that are planted within the setback in relation to the maturity height. Trees or planting over 3 metres in height can result in some serious safety issues. Going forward, Orion wishes to be proactive in this regard to ensure that where new planting is proposed, appropriate tree species are planted close to lines, rather than just relying on the reactive measures such as cutting and trimming in the future. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you for that. Just before I hand over to the other 2 members of the panel, I noticed in your primary brief of evidence at your paragraph 13, you state quite clearly that you prefer the corridor protection rules to sit within the zone chapters, but in your last sentence, you would reluctantly accept if they were in the EI chapter. So just to be clear in my mind, so the rule that you've put forward in your summary statement today, if we were minded not to insert that provision in zone chapters, you would be, as a second best option from your point of view, be happy for that rule to be contained in the EI chapter?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. No further questions from me. Raywin, any questions?
Yes, I do. I have a couple, and it does relate to paragraph 13 where the SEDL protection provisions are located. Yesterday, we heard from CIAL, or Christchurch Airport, with regard to provisions they requested. They described the EI chapter as the chapter to do the heavy lifting, while other chapters carried some of the burden with regard to the provisions they've requested. With this in mind, and given the importance of the SEDL corridor and power lines from trees regulations, why were they not requested to be in the EI chapter as well?
Thank you for your question. Our view was that they should be located in the zone chapters, and that's why we put those as part of our submission for each of those chapters. It was never our intention to have the EI as a standalone. So that's simply the reason. It wasn't. We didn't intend for it to go in there, so we didn't seek for that to occur.
And my second question is, do you know of other district plans where the protection provisions are in the zone chapters rather than in a standalone chapter, and where plan users have taken them into account successfully in their development?
So Christchurch District Plan, they're in the zone chapters. And we're seeking the same. I act for main power as well, and we're seeking that they also be in the zone chapters. I'm not aware of other district plans. I'm just trying to remember, sorry, off the top of my head. I'm certainly happy to come back to you with some other examples. Just there aren't any others coming to mind right this minute, sorry.
That would be great, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thanks, Raymond. Lindsay, any questions?
No, thank you. I was part of the commercial mixed use zone hearings last week, and there's a commonality of issues there too. So thank you.
Right, no further questions from me, but thanks very much for coming in. Is there anything you wanted to say in conclusion, or is that?
No, that's all. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Right, so we're now adjourned until 1:30. Right, good afternoon, everyone. We'll resume the hearing of submissions on the general rural zone of the Selwyn proposed district plan. And at this stage, we're hearing from the stations and Patricia Hart. I can see you there on screen. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. Good afternoon and welcome. You've appeared before us before, so I think you know the drill. Thank you very much for providing your pre-circulated material, which we've read. You don't need to read that out to us, but we'd welcome you highlighting key points for us, and then we'll see if we have questions for you.
Yes, well, it's a bit hard to highlight because I think I've been reasonably succinct in what's written. The main point is that we've got a special area in these stations. While we're in the general rural zone, there are quite a different form of farming and set out in the high country, and it's quite remote. And there is at times a need to provide housing for permanent staff. And I've had experience of trying to get one of these, and it's quite difficult. So this is why it's highlighted to me that I think it's worthwhile revisiting how the new plan works. So we've got a 120 hectare requirement associated with any residential unit. In the high country, that's that specific density zone there. But also interestingly, in the natural features and landscape provisions, you've got something which I would consider to be kind of an incentive that people do build within building nodes, and that's to allow greater height and greater footprints in those areas. So what I'm suggesting is that in fact the 120 hectare requirement, either in itself or even in terms of a compensatory type of area, shouldn't apply if a house is built within the node, which is what the plan is really trying to seek. It's not requiring it, but it certainly incentivizes it. And I think that if the requirement for 120 hectares somewhere on the farm was taken away, it would be much easier because, as I've pointed out, these farms, from my experience, are not really simple like sort of more plains land where it's all flat. There's a lot of different kind of ownerships and things associated with these sites because they're very historic. And of course, there's large areas of leasehold land because they're often Crown pastoral lease, as well as bits of land that are sort of legal road and legal river. So getting the 120 isn't really very practical in some situations, certainly not legally. So I'm asking simply that you consider the possibility of simply saying that the 120 density requirement for a house doesn't apply in a building node. As you know, the building nodes are not identified, but they are just, there is a definition, which is a reasonably good definition of what happens. And it seems just to me, there's no way that anybody's going to abuse this situation because it's actually very costly to build a house, and particularly in the high country. So you will only do it if you know that there's a need for it for your workers. I've mentioned here that the 42A report suggests that this won't be a problem because he's provided for seasonal workers. Well, we're not talking about seasonal workers here. We're talking about people who live permanently on the station. And of course, in the case of Algidus in particular, you really do need to have a place to live because you can't drive home. There are no roads from the station. You can only do it by crossing a river. So I think in these circumstances for the high country farms that they should be allowed to have buildings exactly where the plan would like them to be, which is in these building nodes, and to remove the 120 hectare requirement.
Thank you very much for that. As you say, the issue is reasonably straightforward and your evidence is very clear, but I will still just see if we have any questions for you, Raymond.
No questions from me, thank you.
And Deborah?
No questions from
me. And Lindsay?
Just one question. What is your specific relief? Because that's not actually outlined in your evidence.
The specific relief is in the density requirement for 120 is to exclude the building node.
from
Okay.
that requirement. It's
So it's just removal in the relevant rule of that
Yeah.
exclusion.
yeah, the density performance standard.
Okay.
So it just says excluding building nodes.
So the relief sought is on page 202 of the section 42A report. Page 202 out of 443.
Okay.
Was there anything else, Lindsay? Sorry.
No, there's not. Thank you. I was just.
So Ms. Hart, just one question for me. The relief you're seeking, is that for existing building nodes or would that to apply to new ones as well?
Well, effectively, it will always be existing
Right.
for these stations.
Yeah. Okay. So would you be amenable to words that said, in terms of the relief that's sought in the submission as outlined in the 42A report, if it said excluding existing building nodes?
Yes, that would work.
Right. Excellent. Well, that was the only question I had, but thank you very much for your material and for coming in today on Zoom anyway.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
So Mr. Hinden, if you're able to hear us, are you able to turn your camera on, please? So Lindsay and Raymond were just waiting for Mr. Hinden to come online. Yeah, we don't know where he's gone. Maybe he's walked away from the. You don't have a phone number for him, do you, by any chance? Mr. Hinden, can you hear us? If so, could you turn on your camera and your microphone, please? So Raymond and Lindsay, we're just trying to find a phone number for Mr. Hinden so the staff can ring him up. So Lindsay and Ray, when our next submitter is appearing in person, and he's not here either, so we just have to try and get hold of Mr. Hinden somehow.
Hello.
Yes, hello, Mr. Hinden. Can you hear us?
Yes, look, I'm sorry about that. I've just had to change the web browsers. I could hear that you were searching for me on the live stream, but yeah, apologies, old technology.
All right, well, good afternoon. Why are we getting feedback? Do you have two computers turned on, Mr. Hinden?
I just turned a second one off.
All right, well, we'll just persevere. If you could just explain the points that you want us to take us to account, and then we'll see if we have questions.
Well, thank you very much for allowing me to make some comments. You can hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. So I made a submission to oppose Rule 4 as set out in the General Rural Zone section of the proposed district plan. The General Rural Zone Rule 4 in the proposed plan does not carry over the grandfather rights that exist in the current operative district plan. We find that this is unfair on people who have had land under 20 hectares in the rural zone, which they intend to build a residence on, but have yet to be able to carry this out. By way of illustration of our concern, I'll describe our rural land on which we would like to build a dwelling. This land is located at Bankside and is 9.2 hectares in area. It was created in 1886, in other words, 135 years ago. It is bounded on all sides by roads and is a forest block of pine trees. The concept of balanced land, as it's being applied to some small lots, has been ruled out by the requirement for balanced land to adjoin and for it not to include roads. When we purchased this in 2001, we could see that there had been a house on this land and its foundations and wastewater system were still there. At the time we purchased this section, we had intentions to build a residence on it. However, over much of the intervening time, we have worked overseas and it has been impractical for us to build while away. We are now back living in Christchurch, but find our intentions to build on this land are frustrated by the potential change in the council district plan. So that's our particular circumstances, but I would imagine that there are similar circumstances for other people. We note that in the 42A report, in section 10.19.3, it is stated that a grandfather clause is to facilitate transition. However, this is not stated in the equivalent clause in the operative plan. When we purchased this section, we were certainly not aware that the right to build a dwelling was only temporary. That this clause has been really exercised and existed for 20 plus years, as stated in that report, is no basis to penalise people who want to exercise it in the future. And as a flippant comment, I'd say clerical efficiency should not be at the expense of people in the district. We believe that the policy direction of preserving rural land for primary production is perfectly correct. However, we think it will be little impacted by allowing the very few exceptions that are likely to come out of rolling over the grandfather clause in the operative district plan. The grandfather clause in the operative district plan will become less and less able to be exercised as time moves forward, as the owners of these blocks pass away. The blocks will be sold and the date will then fall outside those that are required in the grandfather clause. So what we are asking is to carry over the grandfather clause from the existing plan in order to not penalise those few people who have intentions which they were not able to implement previously. So if you have any questions.
Thank you, Raymond. All right, Deborah.
Sorry, I don't have any question.
Thanks, Mr. Hendon. Yes, I have a question.
Yes.
When you actually purchased this land as a lot, you said it didn't have a house on it?
It had the remains of a house on it.
So when you purchased it, was a house in 2001, was a house able to be built on it?
Yes.
Okay, so it was through a resource consent that you were aware that a house could be built on.
It would not have needed a resource consent. It was an as of right activity.
So is it your understanding that every undersized allotment within the general rural zone could have a house built on it as of right?
No. However, this is 2001, and I'm not. I can't create my memory exactly, but certainly when the operative plan was out, the currently operative plan, it was very clear that we have a right to build.
Okay, thank you.
Lindsay?
No questions from me. Thank you.
And Mr. Hinden, no questions from me either, but thank you very much for coming in and speaking to us in terms of your submission.
Thank you, and I would have a written copy if that was needed. I could send that through.
Yes, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Yep. Good afternoon.
Good. Bye-bye.
No, you can take it off when you're speaking. That's fine. Thank you. Yep. Yep. And if you could just push the button, there's a button there that if on this thing. Yep.
This one?
Yep. Just push one of those buttons. Push the one on the right.
Let's try it. That work?
Yep. That's great.
Okay, cool.
So good afternoon and welcome. Thanks for coming in to speak to your submission. So why don't you just present to us what you wanted to say, and then we'll see if we have any questions for you.
Rightio. Yes, so just introduction. You'll see my name there. I'm Barry Moyer. I just want to. You can still hear me. The lights are on red. Is that right?
That's fine.
Yeah, good. Yeah, so I've made 3 submissions. I'm only speaking to 2 apparently today, which threw me into a bit of confusion. But however, I'll endeavour to speak to them. I want to start with a bit of perspective and history. I'm Barry Moyer. I lived all my life in Lincoln, 3rd generation farmer there, left with 52 hectares. And you will see that it's still zoned out of plains. And the thrust of my submission will be the fact that, I believe that zoning now is now obsolete. In 1930, my grandfather moved there and started a dairy farm, and we continued on until about 2005, when council decided that they didn't want cows to walk on the road any longer, and I had split blocks, and I couldn't carry on as we were, so we tried a different track and sold all the land that I could, and I left with the 52 hectares. Since then, all around me has changed. So back then, all up Ellesmere Road, there was dairy farms. Ellesmere Road is 9 kilometres long, and there were dairy farms each side. And just about apart from one, which is the Adams block, which is now Rosemary subdivision. On the left-hand side, on the right-hand side going north of Ellesmere Road, you'll note that the zoning has been, I get them mixed up, inner plains, which is 10 acre blocks. Now, years ago, I would be standing here on a different thing and saying I don't want 10 acre blocks to be there, but they are now there, and I am left sort of isolated with very few options to carry on profitably. So my submission was that I believe that it was obsolete, and it was, they says about mapping there. The mapping only came about when I went in to talk about my that mapping era, when I went in to talk about with the planners, and they noticed that it was zoned, well, the maps showed a different zoning. And so I've pursued this as an option. Later on, I'll talk about the grandfather clause as well, because that's my second point, because that really affects me, leaving me less and less options to what I can do. I noticed in John Trewin's some notes there that when he wrote, he states that 20 hectares is an economic unit. And I would really challenge that, because of reverse sensitivity. You could not intensively farm this close to the township. Whilst I agree, 20 hectares further away from a township like Lincoln or a town would be correct, because you could do horticulture and you got lots more options. We're left with very few options where we are. You always get noise complaints, irrigation pumps and stuff like that. I've already been told by ECAN that my irrigation rights will unlikely be approved after their expiry date. And I have a nitrogen cap of 15, which makes it very hard to profitably farm intensively there any longer. So my submission wants the council to reconsider the zoning in this area, because the encroachment of the township has caused me a lot of limitations. And that's why I believe it's now obsolete and should be changed to better consider this. To the east, we have inner plains to the east of my property. To the north, there is residential. To the southeast, we even have 1 hectare blocks. Further to the south of me, there are no blocks of 20 hectares and none that are economic blocks. All of them are either lifestyle blocks, big lifestyle blocks, or blocks that have one partner out working. None of them are standalone. I've got some maps here. Have you got the copies of the maps I sent in? It would be helpful if I showed you what I was talking about.
Do we have maps? I can't recall any maps coming through the system.
Yeah, I sent some in, so I'll give you a copy of these each if it would help, please. There should be 4 of each.
No, we haven't received any maps.
And it further helps you understand what I'm saying.
No.
Sorry?
We have 3 commissioners online. Do you have an email? Are you able to email this to?
Oh, right. I thought it was only. Sorry, so I thought there was 4 here. There's
2 online.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay. Well, that's not very helpful, is it? I didn't realise that. No, I've emailed some other evidence with the other maps there that what I sent in earlier, and I hope that they went to the right place. But yeah, so sorry about that. I'm just a mere farmer. I'm not up to all this technology, I'm afraid. I'm sorry.
Right.
But anyway, so this map here, the one in front of you, it shows you it's a Google map shot of my property. It's south of the Lincoln wetlands.
Sorry, just a minute, I'll just pause you. So, Grace, are you able to hold up the map to the? If you hold it up to the camera, would Lindsay and Graham, Lindsay and Raymond be able to see it? Yep.
We've just received the email from Emma with what Mr. Moyer has sent in, and there is a hand annotated map, which is the district plan map, as one of the attachments.
Yes, that'll be that one there, I presume. Yes, be this one here. So you'll be able to work off that if you look at the green area and the yellow area. So the yellow areas, that's Ellesmere Road that goes up the middle there. It separates the two. So you've got, if that's the map you're talking about, map 2. You're able to get that?
No, there's a different map that's been emailed to us.
Sorry, this one here?
Nope.
Nope. That map there, map 3. These are the copies that I sent into the council to email. There's one missing.
Sorry, Mr. Moore. So Lindsay, the email I've got on my system relates to a different submitter. Graham and Virginia Adams.
Sorry, I just assumed that was what Mr. Moore was referring to.
Yeah, no, sorry. So if we can hold it up to the camera, let's give it a whirl.
For a start, yes, please.
Yep.
And then they get easier to see. The first one's probably the hardest to see, but I just thought it gives an overview of everything as it looks today. And then the next map I've got here is one of the boundary of Lincoln. The one after that, I've just one I've highlighted again, which gives another view of what's happening. And then I've got some photos of what I see off my boundary. So anyway, let's carry on best we can. So perhaps if we skip to map, the 3rd page, might be easier. Yeah, that might be clearer for them to see. Is that clear to see?
Yep, carry on.
Okay, so where was I? All right, so as I said before, the purple section that I've put in there, just to highlight that map there, my property is the bottom yellow area. All right, you'll see Moyers Lane goes through the middle of it, or 3/4 of the way through it. The Lincoln Wetlands is just above me there. It's written in. Liffey Field subdivision is the other white area. This is a wee bit older, this map. That's why I was hoping to use the other maps for you. And you'll see on the purple area there, everything east of my property is either able to be or is in 10-acre blocks or less. As I said, to the northwest, you'll see there's a few of the 10-acre blocks there and a little line there. The line that goes through the middle on an angle, through that there, that goes on an angle, that's the old railway line. And that goes into Lincoln there. And so there's 10-acre blocks hiding in there. And then the Liffey Field subdivision is to the east of that. All of this area through my lifetime has changed from dairying to lifestyle blocks. And as I've stayed there the longest, now I'm finding I'm disadvantaged by being left there. And then the council, in their wisdom, think that by keeping the 20-acre blocks, hectare blocks, sorry, that it's further keeping less fragmentation of the land around Lincoln. A logical boundary for Lincoln, obviously, would be, in my view anyway, and several other people I've talked to, would be Collins Road, which is the line to the bottom there, the road to the bottom, which you'll see at number 36. And then you're off the map, of course, Tankard's Road to the north. To the west of me there, I've written in Plan Change 69, which is under consideration at the moment. Now, if that was to go through, of course, that would further box myself in. Below me there, there's a triangle block there, which is 25 acres, and then you've got 16 and 42 written on the bottom there. That one is 30 acres, the next one is 34 acres, and the ones below that are also 30 acres. So there's not, I'm surrounded by blocks that aren't even 20 hectares, is my point already. Now, if I go back to my block there, you'll see that my block there is, I've further, in the past, I have applied for rural residential there in Plan Change 17, and that was accepted by council as one of the documents in the email. If you get that, you'll see that there. I put that in there. And then Plan Change 32 came along and sort of wiped it. Not sure why. I was unaware of that, but you'll see that there's some lines in the middle. I could sell my farm in 2 blocks at the moment, but that's all. Now I'm 65. I'm nearing retirement, and I'm just looking for some options. I feel that I am restrained in my options, what I can do. Whereas I look over the fence to the right, and I've got neighbours can subdivide into 10-acre blocks, and one further down, further away again, and 1 hectare blocks. managed to find a loophole in some in the council rules. So that's the gist of it, really. If the grandfather clause was retained, that 30 acres at the top there, I could probably, as it stands at the moment, if the grandfather clause was removed, I could sell that block, but no one could put a house on it. You'll notice that there's a little residence in there. Only yesterday, there's a guy that leases that off me, wants to buy, would love to buy some land, but of course I'm restrained by the way that it's zoned at the moment. He would love to buy a little bit of land just to have a garden and buy the house as well. And I've had to tell him no already. I've never had anybody wanting to buy 20 hectares off me, but I've had to turn down several offers of people who are wanting 10 acres because of the council zoning. I suggest that if it was rezoned, of course, I know there's a rezoning hearing later on, and I'm going to have to come back and I'm going to have to repeat all this again. I didn't realise I put 3 points in, and I thought they'd be all upped into the same one, but they're not. However, the grandfather clause is an important addition. Mr. Trewin in his notes noted that the grandfather clause in any way wasn't used very often, and so I don't think though that's a reason to get rid of it. If it's not used very often, how can it be a problem to anybody in council? I feel that it could be left because my property falls within that boundary. Okay, so I suggest that it's a good buffer. A buffer zone could be extended, and Mr. Chairman also notes that the 20 hectare blocks are still economic. I would suggest that that's quite naive in all due respect. Who would want to set up a farm, put a lot of infrastructure in when it's right on the boundary of Lincoln? It's got no future there for that. And I have seen it so many times where the Liffey Springs subdivision was. I lived too long, I suppose, in the district. A person put new dairy in there, a brand new dairy. 2 years later, it was sold, had to be pulled down. Then the next person was an apple orchard in that subdivision there, and it was unable to be financially viable either, and he had to sell that as well. To the right of that, there was another block there that was also an old dairy farm. So that's all in the thing there. That's all gone now. He had to move out to get bigger property to make the same amount of money. So that's the general thrust of mine. I just want to conclude. I've got some concluding notes here. So just to make sure, those that can see that there's a picture there on the last page there. I don't know if you can hold that up or not. That's looking to the east, southeast of me. It's a bit hard to, didn't come up very well on the printing, but so it probably won't be any help to those people up there. But you can count there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 buildings in that photo. That's all 10, and there's 3, 4 more being built in the backgrounds. My next photo, the last one of that, is looking out over the rail trail. Now, years ago, the council approached me, could I put in a rail trail, because the subdivider over the road, who got a subdivision with the use of putting the rail trail in, had balked on his deal, and they came to me and asked, could I put the rail trail in? So the council now leased that bit of land off me. Over the river there, that's Lincoln. That's how close it is to my boundary. That's the yellow area, the top triangle yellow area there that you can see. That's what I overlook. The rail trail comes down, and then it comes down Moyers Lane. And you go back to the yellow photo, yellow picture with the yellow map on it. The rail trail goes through there, and we get a lot of use, especially weekends, of cyclists, and it's just about like a street in Lincoln some days, and it bisects my farm as it is there. That's just adding further restraints to what we can do there. I have been unable to make enough money on that nitrogen cap or anything like that. It's being leased out at the moment to somebody else, and as such it is profitable, sure, but it doesn't make enough money for me personally to be able to stay there long term. So what I'm trying to say is eventually I'm going to have to sell bits. Yeah, so if the grandfather clause removed, as I said, that would further limit me again. So I would like it to be kept. I don't really see why it's going to be kept in some areas and not in others. And in the statement that I said before, if it's not causing a lot of problems already, why take it out? Anyone, if I put the property up for sale, I know already that it won't be bought by a farmer. No farmer would invest that close to Lincoln. It would only be bought by a land banker or someone who has a vision in the future of subdividing. There are some small people who would like to buy, as I said, 10 acres. They might like to put a little market garden on. That is a viable way of doing it in the short term, but no one would buy the whole farm or even half the farm to farm it. So that's how I see it at this stage. Is there any questions?
I'll see if we have any questions for you. Might start with Deborah this time. Deborah, any questions?
Just a clarification on the map. Is this the L1 or L2?
Yes, I forgot to mention that. Yes, thank you, Deborah, for bringing that up. It's bordered by the L2. Yep, that's the L2 or Arera.
And the L1 is?
The L1, see where on that first map you have in your hand there, you'll see a green a teardrop that says rail trail. So the rail trail confluences, so this is on this map here at the front, this one here. It's probably the easiest one to see it on. You see that teardrop there? I don't know if you're looking at it or not. That teardrop there is where the, just below that, you'll see that there's a confluence there. That's where the L1 is. Above that, above Moyers Lane, where the rail trail comes down, which is below the Lincoln wetlands, is that's drain 54. And then the L2 starts for real at that confluence of the L1, which is or sometimes known as the Liffey, and that goes down there. So I've got probably a good kilometre of riverbed boundaring my west boundary, which makes makes it a sensitive area for intensive farming. We can't put a lot of fertiliser on for fear of getting in that river. So it limits it a lot. In my view, 10-acre blocks, of course, would help it because they don't need to be farmed. They would add diversity to it, sure, but they would split up the land. I agree with that. But they would also allow less chance of any runoff of nutrients into the river. Yep. Any further questions?
Deborah, anything else? Now, sorry. So, Raywin, any questions?
No questions from me, thank you.
And Lindsay?
Thank you, Mr. Moore. I see in the Section 42A report that there is a comment that Council's undertaking a spatial planning work program, which includes a new growth plan for Lincoln. So it sounds like from that this area and other land in the vicinity of Lincoln is going to be looked at in the future.
Yeah, that's the first time I saw that too, in that report. I know a lot's going on, of course, because I've been there a long time and I'm involved in council committee as well, and stuff to do with the living waters, which is to do with the L2 catchment. So I am aware of that, but I'm left with a little choice. I have to keep my face in the council's radar to show that how it's affecting me personally.
Yes, I understand that. Your position that you've made to us is very clear. So thank you. I've got no further questions.
Okay, cool.
And yeah, I'm the same. Understand what you're saying, and no further questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good. Well, thank you very much for putting up with me.
No, that's no problem. Thanks very much for
Yeah,
coming in.
I apologise in advance. I have to come back and do it all again and say something similar. But
Yep, that won't be for
my
some
problem
time.
is
though.
I'm representing myself. I don't see the value. I mean, I'm not trying to do this straight away, but I would like an exit strategy. I could sell a wee block. I still want to live there for another 10 years if I could. That was what I'm getting at. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to be a person that wants to sell it in little blocks straight away.
Right.
But it is an awkward situation I am in, and I find that it's very frustrating when I see people over the road being able to do what they basically, and as I said, plan change 69 goes through, the whole game changes, and we have to relook at it again. So, thank you.
Thank you. Right, so now we're adjourned until Thursday morning at 9 a.m. Thank you.